welcome again to Union University basketball. Tonight it is the Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs taking on the folks from Carrollton, Georgia, West Georgia University, or the University of West Georgia. I'm go back to the era when it was still West Georgia College. Nobody talks about that anymore, but I'm glad to have Coach Mark Campbell here with me. And Mark, before we go into this one, you've had another period of postponements of games for your team, so you've had a gap here. Bring us up to date on all of that.
Well, again, it's just you got to be with like whatever right now, and so we've had a week of not having much contact with our team for about 5 days, and then getting back to it a little bit Saturday afternoon later, and going a little bit on Sunday. And we've had just a weird practice schedule getting everybody back. In fact, today will be the first day I have everybody back, and so except for one. And that one won't be with us till the end of the week. So anyway, it's just a different time and trying to wade our way through it. And we just got to start playing some games to get our legs back under our skin.
That's one of those issues that you don't have anything that you can there's not a magic wand you can wave when this virus starts hitting everybody, whether it's the other teams or us in that situation. Mark, as far as we're concerned, where you're at with that now, are the girls still testing a couple of times a week? How does that work?
No, everybody who's unvaccinated or hasn't had COVID in the last 90 days is testing on Tuesdays. So it's one time a week. And unless there will be symptoms or something like that. So to be honest with you, I just do whatever my trainer tells me to. I'm not really keeping up with it much. We're just trying to make sure our team's prepared basketball wise and trusting the people that have been put in positions to be able to do something well and in their area of expertise. It's great to be able to relax and let them do their job.
Well, it's been, as you say, you lose a whole weekend full of games on Thursday and Saturday because of postponements. Where does it stand as far as makeups on some of these games that have been missed, or some of them just going to be lost, period?
Yeah, we'll make up the Huntsville game on Monday on the 7th, and the others we will not be able to make up just because there's no room in the schedule to be able to do it. So we're supposed to, give our best effort to try to make up games, and this week was the opportunity to be able to. Last week was an opportunity we missed out on. This week is an opportunity that we didn't have any openings to be able to do it. And then next week, we'll try to get one on Monday with Huntsville. And that way we'll play Huntsville on Monday and Delta on Thursday and Mississippi College on Saturday. So we'll get 3 games in next week.
Yeah, you'll go from the typical to the old NAIA schedule of Monday, Thursday, Saturday. So it's been a while since we've been on that mode. All right, let's talk about this group from Carrollton, West Georgia. What do you know about them, and what do you expect them to bring to the table?
Well, we've already played them once. We played them in our first game coming back from Christmas. They'll play a zone, and they'll press a little bit back into their zone. They're getting a little bit more aggressive in their zone than they've been previously. And again, they've had a lot of days off too over the last 2 weeks. So we've got to play much better than we did there. We played pretty badly and on both ends of the floor, and West Georgia just played really well. We had, I think, an 8-point lead with less than a minute left, and it was cut to 2. We just did a bad job handling the ball in late game, and that's on me. And I thought we got a lot better after that game with late game scenarios.
What is the biggest challenge about going against a team that plays zone?
Just different. You're not able to. We have, I think we counted the other day that we have 107 sets in, and that's a lot. And 90% of those are 95% of those are against man. And so it just puts us in another area of execution that we've got to get better at. And we've practiced it this week. I feel like we have a good team to play against zone because we can shoot the ball so well, and we have such a dominant post player. And so one thing we did last time is we didn't take advantage of the advantage we have inside by getting the ball into Jay. So we'll do a better job of that this time. I think our girls will be a lot more ready. And then we just got to defend them a little bit better. They score in the center third of the floor and get into the paint. I think last time we gave up 38 points to the paint. And whenever you give up 38 points to the paint, you're not going to do very well in the defensive end, and you're going to give people a chance to beat you.
So we know what West Georgia can bring to the table. What do you think are going to be the big keys for the Lady Bulldogs?
I think offensively, us being patient enough to get the ball inside and just take pride in executing. We got a lot of good shots last time and just didn't knock them down. And then obviously we've got to get back in transition. We've got to make sure that we're not allowing, they have great athletes, so not allowing them to be able to get to the middle of the lane, whether that's off the bounce or throwing in for two post players on deep seals. They set a lot of center third ball screens and get a lot of handoffs where they get corner turns, and we didn't do communicating on that and defending. And then lastly, we got to keep them off the glass. I think they had 17 points, second chance points last time off 12 offensive rebounds, and that's just too many opportunities for them.
Right now, let's go down to the floor and give you the starting lineups. And here are your starting lineups tonight for our team. Starting out for West Georgia, the Wolves will be starting Mariah Holder. She is a 5'9" junior from Hampton, Georgia. Sierra Carter, she's their leading scorer, averaging 17 a game. 5'9" senior from East Point, Georgia. Jalen Austin, a 6-footer from Helena, Alabama. Zariah Bankston, she is a 5'9" senior from McDonough, Georgia. And Taya Campbell, she's from Waterloo, Iowa. She averages 6.6 per game. Let's look at Union, and it's the usual cast of characters. Shanique Lucas, Ashton Baker. They're those guards that can do anything with the basketball. Between the two of them, averaging 22 points a game. Jalencia Williams, who's averaging 16 a game at the post. Bethany Dillard, a 95% free throw shooter and a prolific three-pointer. She'll be going at number 20. And then, of course, Emily Beard-Dunnigan. She is averaging on the season 10 per game and 44 three-pointers on the season. Those are your starters for Union and West Georgia. I'm Steve Beverly. Good to have you all with us tonight live from Union University at Fred DeLay Gymnasium and David Blackstock Court. Tonight, Union comes in 15-2, undefeated, 10-0 in the Gulf South Conference. West Georgia 6-9 and 3-7 all overall. West Georgia's lost 3 in a row, but this is the kind of night that they would love to come here to Jackson and pull the upset on the Lady Bulldogs. Right now, let's go down to the floor and have all of the invocation and our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fred DeLay Gymnasium on the campus of Union University for tonight's matchup between the West Georgia Wolves and your Union Lady Bulldogs. Please be advised that Union University's Gulf South Conference and the NCAA promote good sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators. We request your cooperation by supporting the participants and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, racial or sexist comments, and other intimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the site of competition. Thank you for your cooperation. At this time, please rise for the invocation. Remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day you've given us. Thank you for the opportunity to gather here this evening and enjoy this game that we love. Thank you for these players and coaches for their dedication to the sport of basketball. We ask that all will compete this evening with good sportsmanship and be kept free from injury. May all that is done and said here tonight be to your glory. In Jesus' name, amen. Ashton Baker. A 6'2" senior from Indianapolis, Indiana. Number 12, Shalinsia Williams. And a 5'10" freshman from Arkansas. Number 20, Bethany Gillard. And a 5'10" junior from Ohio. Number 32, Leah Cobble. The lead belongs by Mark Campbell, second by Sean Blackburn.
We have one change in the lineup starting off for Union tonight. It is Leah Cobble. She is going to be in the lineup because it has been a round of COVID, and some of these players have had to quarantine, so Emily Dunnigan is not going to be starting this evening. And Union lost 2 games because of illness. So this is the first time the Lady Bulldogs have taken to the floor since Valdosta State 11 days ago. And as Mark Campbell will tell you during the course of the game tonight, it is just a case of this team having to play through illness, play through injuries. They're going to happen, and I, for one, know what it's like because I have just come through the COVID bust myself. And let's go. The game's underway, and let it begin. Union looking to have a strong first quarter against this team that will play a lot of zone defense on you. They'll try to exploit the inside against Jalencia Williams, and she couldn't get it up high enough. Good defense by Carter. This is a team that averages about 39% from the floor, and that one was short. Scrambling for that rebound, but that's the great hands of Shanique Lucas. And from the corner, it's Cobble. Yes! The first 3 of the game tonight belongs to Leah Cobble. Folks, just so you'll know, Madison County is under an ice storm warning. And particularly, that's going to run from 6 o'clock in the morning until midnight tomorrow night. The follow shot goes through as Austin gets the first bucket for LaGrange. We expect that the heaviest portion of the ice, the wintry mix, is going to be between 10 a.m. tomorrow, and follow shot goes in for Williams between 10 a.m. tomorrow and 6 p.m. tomorrow night. It is going to make travel conditions hazardous. Many schools have already closed for tomorrow. There's not been an official decision made as of yet for Union University that is just now starting spring semester. We got the pep band back tonight. The 3 from the corner is not there for Holder. And here come the Lady Bulldogs, going for their 11th straight in the Gulf South Conference. That young lady has had a big part of it, namely Ashton Baker with her leadership skills on the floor. And going for the 3. Dillard has it robbed, just in and out. That basket had eyes. As Mark will tell you, when these two teams met in Carrollton, Georgia, it was not one of the better showings of the season. Even though the Lady Bulldogs came up with a victory, they had to rally late in order to do it. The jumper on the fall-away is there, and Carter with her first basket. Sierra Carter is the leading scorer for this team, averaging nearly 17 a game and 6 rebounds. Lucas is like a whirling dervish out there. She just does anything she wants to, but she's constant motion. Down to 8 on the shot clock. Baker with the jumper, well short. I could tell Mark Campbell was not thrilled about that possession whatsoever. Glad to have everybody aboard. We're not having the sub-freezing temperatures yet. That's not going to start really until tomorrow morning. Fall away is not there, and that's an air ball. So they matched air balls on each end of the floor. Union to play it on top 5-4. This team will play a little bit of full court pressure, not bringing all 5 up, but there are possessions where they'll bring 2 up just to try to keep Union honest. Baker for the 3. Yes! Ashton with her first 3 of the game. Union 3 of 7 from the floor to start in these first 4 minutes. And underneath, that was way too far underneath, and they're going to scramble for it in an offensive board. What a block by Jalencia Williams. And for Jalencia, that is her 40th block of the season. You have got to be certain of yourself when you're underneath going against her because she times those blocks just perfectly. 10 on the shot clock. Fall away is short. Lady Bulldogs attempting to dictate the tempo of this first half of the first quarter. And they go to Cauble in the corner. Yes, she's got her hot hand tonight. With Emily Dunnigan suffering from quarantine, Cauble, I mean, Mark, it's like watching Nick Saban bring somebody in. It's just they reload. From the corner, it's in and out. Union out of position to get the rebound. And that's an air ball. West Georgia shooting only 30% in three-pointers for the season. Union at 39%. And Leah's going to toss it in. And checking in for Union is Shiley Morrison. Mark's going to play a lot of people tonight. At least he hopes to be able to do that. And we'll be hearing from him. Almost a steal, and it is one. And travel. Yep. That was actually he called a double dribble. It could have been either way, a traveling or a double dribble. But she got her dribble motion stopped and then picked it up again. So that's the first turnover of the game for West Georgia. Lady Bulldogs with that thrilling 59-56 victory over Valdosta State back 11 days ago. And the screen is there, and the three was right on the money, and Shanique could not save it. She was all over it trying to get there, and we have timeout on the floor with Union on top, 11-4. Well, the last time the Lady Bulldogs were home, as we told you, they played, to be honest, an awful first half against Valdosta State, and things looked pretty grim. Well, Mark Campbell shared with me what he thought were the keys to turn things around and lead to the victory.
I think we were down 16, Steve, and then Bethany hit a three at the buzzer of the second at the end of going into the half to get us down 13. I think we were down 35-22 going into the second half. And really what it came down to is, Sean said to me, do we have it in us to be able to come back? And the bottom line is, do our guards have the toughness and the resiliency to kind of fight through and lead? And the answer was Ashton Baker. I mean, Ashton Baker hit a couple of big threes for someone who hadn't been shooting very well last 3 or 4 games. And there was something competitive in her that seemed to bring a rise out of everybody else. Down to, we really defended the second half. I mean, first half, we switched stuff. In the second half, we did not. And just not switching did not allow them to get easy baskets for layups in the center third of the floor. And our goal was to keep them under 12 3-point.
The Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs will not have a game this weekend. That was already dictated on the schedule. But the Lady Bulldogs will be going to Huntsville Monday night to make up a lost game against Alabama Huntsville. But there are 2 other games that have had to be postponed that we have been told will likely not be made up because of how late we are in the season. And that's an over-the-back foul, and give it back to Union. That one is charged to Renaja Verdell, her first, and actually the first foul of the game, 5.5 minutes into it. Samaria Thompson now in for the Bulldogs, running the point. Union has some of the finest guards in the entire country, just off the mark for Ashton Baker. Lady Bulldogs got out to the early margin and have pretty well controlled it, up 11-4. And that one's short. Again, the three-point shot is not the strong suit of West Georgia. Thompson wide open, nobody challenging her, and the iron was unkind. Now, let's see who the foul is charged to. And I got to be candid with you. He held up 3 fingers, and I don't know whether he meant... Okay, it's going to be charged to Mariah Holder. So Union will play it. Not a huge turnout here in the early going tonight. Of course, Bulldogs will be coming your way right around 7:30 with the second half of this doubleheader. Look for them, try to see if they can get it to Williams, and they do, and it was blocked. But with the offensive, and they couldn't get it off. 30-second clock violation. That was one of those that the first attempt just did not touch the rim, and so Union with a rare 30-second violation and almost lost it. They're going to try to work on Williams, but that was an ill-advised shot, and here comes Thompson. And shall we say a bit of a collision, and that foul is going to be charged to Bankston. That's her first. And Jalenci is going to check out for a bit. Shanique Lucas will come in. And Mark is going with a bit smaller lineup right now. And it's going to be interesting. Yeah, Keely Robinson's in there, so she'll run the post. Keely is our featured player of the week. And you'll be hearing from her between games tonight. And what a just delightful young lady. And you'll get to hear up close and personal about her growing up and how she fell in love with the game of basketball at a very early period in her life. Almost called for the 5-second violation. Samaria didn't have anybody coming to the ball. As we're under 3 minutes in this first quarter, but we've been stuck on 11-4 for about almost 2.5 minutes. Thompson, big three. Thompson will lull you to sleep and then just nail you with that big bomb. Trying to work again on, and nice job of just gaining position was Keely Robinson. Union doesn't lose anything really. All the way down, everybody was asleep, and Thompson now with 5 in a row. And Lady Bulldogs playing excellent defense, keeping this West Georgia team down to single digits with 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. And nobody's getting inside the paint. They did that a lot when they played at Carrollton. They got a lot of baskets in the paint. Well, that's a curl hook, and that's going to be charged more than likely to... Okay, they charged that one to Keely Robinson. And checking in for Union, it's Bethany Dillard coming back in. So first trip to the free throw line tonight for the Wolves. And nails it. 66% free throw shooting team. Union averages 73. And both of them go through. And that stops an 8-0 run on the part of the Lady Bulldogs. Oh, my goodness. Shanique had too much on that, trying to lob it cross court to Thompson for Union, turnover number 3. Got to be very careful on those cross court passes. If you're going to lob it, you got to do it softer. And that curl layup's just not working. 2 out of 16 from the floor so far for West Georgia. they picked up the screen very quickly, so Lucas was not open long enough. Thompson looking for that open. Yep. Takes it again, and it drops. Hanging right on the lip and falling. That was like a thrilling 18-foot putt to win the Masters. 18-6. Samaria with 7 points. She's already had herself an evening. And offensive foul, leading with the elbow. Had she not changed her pivot, she might have gotten away with that, but it was a clear case of leading with the elbow, so that is turnover number 4 for the Wolves. And here come the Lady Bulldogs and trying to beat that press, and easily they do it. They'll look for, again, an opening down the right-hand side of the paint, or possibly get it into Keely Robinson. Shanique, they're all over her tonight, but she goes and lost it. There were too many defenders there in that territory. And underneath, the high layup lob is there. So Carter now has 4. She's the first one that has a second bucket for the Wolves, and Union will play it for likely the final shot of this first quarter. Thompson's got to be aware of the clock as Union spreads them out. Keeley's going to try it. Takes it all the way in. Left-hand layup is there. And she just went ahead and took it, and Lady Bulldogs are up 20-8 at the end of the first quarter. Well, Mark Campbell says if you don't have confidence in your defense, you're not going to make a second-half comeback, as the Lady Bulldogs did in their previous game against Valdosta State.
Just intensity on the basketball, causing turnovers, being disruptive in the half court. I think we allowed them to have 21 points in the second half. And anytime you hold somebody to 21 and a half, you're going to make up a lot of ground, especially as talented as we are offensively, to be able to score points.
Lady Bulldogs, as the pep band is striking up with Word Up, had an easy time of it in the first quarter, 20-8 on top. Union shooting 8 of 16 from the floor, 50%, and 4 out of 8 in three-pointers for 50%. They're dominating the boards, 13-9 over West Georgia. And defense has been excellent. Union has held West Georgia to 18% from the floor, 3 out of 17, and they've missed all 6 of their three-point opportunities. Union has committed 4 turnovers in the game, but it has not really cost the Lady Bulldogs at all. And so far, it is Samaria Thompson, the leading scorer, with 7, and Leah Cauble with 6. So you got a couple of bench players that, and of course Leah started tonight, but a couple of typically bench players that have been leading the Lady Bulldogs with 13 of their 20 points. And I'm sure Mark Campbell will be glad to take that. They go to the inside, and that one was just completely lost altogether. They're going to charge that to Ashton Baker. So the Flash commits her first foul. And at the line is Jalen Austin. This young lady from Helena, Alabama, 6-foot junior, and she averages 5 a game, but she's got 21 assists on the season. Misses them both. And Dillard the rebound. Again, look at the intensity of this Lady Bulldog team, and Baker with the screen, and it's short. She's not been able to get enough of a push on her three-point shots of late. It's been just a little bit more difficult for her. Got to get a little bit higher arc on them. And again, they're trying to get it into the paint, and Union's defense has really compensated. But it's a 3 from the corner, and that is the first 3 of the game, and it is Carter. She's got 7 of their 11 points. she's going to have some help tonight, definitely, if they are to make a comeback in this game. Shanique decides to take it herself. Off the mark, and that's going to be an over the back on Jalencia Williams. Jalencia tried to get up and get that second bounce. Leah Cauble will check back in, and coming out is Shiley Morrison. And Union's going to employ a half-court trap. And again, this is designed to slow down the amount of time that they've got to get in and set up their offense. I love to watch Shanique Lucas on defense because she is just all over it. Bank shot and the foul. And that's charged to Shanique Lucas. That will be her first. Nobody is in foul trouble in the game, although Verdell has 2 for West Georgia. So at the line, it's going to be Mariah Holder. On the season, Holder is averaging less than 5 points a game, but she has given them a lot of good minutes, particularly coming off the bench. She has 36 three-pointers on the season. So she is their best outside threat. Nails both free throws, and they have narrowed this 20-8 margin down to 7. So they picked up the first 5 in this second quarter. Mark is shouting instructions to his offense, and they're going to Jalencia, and she works one-on-one, can't get it to go, but draws the foul. That one is charged. We tried to check and see if it was 12 or 21. It's Austin, and that is her first. Jalencia gets the roll. As we've mentioned, that's not her strongest suit. 61% on the season. If you can get 1 out of 2 from Jalencia, you're happy about it. And she does not get the second one. She was robbed on that one. So Union stops the 5-0 run of West Georgia. Wolves going to take it outside and get the violation, and Union will take it over. That is the third turnover for the Wolves. And there is Thompson with that change of pace dribble. She is so deceptive out there on that floor. Thompson from Dyersburg, just up the road, about 45 minutes. There's a steal. It's going to be a one-on-one, and they go to Thompson, and she has 9. Excellent, excellent assist on the part of Bethany Dillard. Lady Bulldogs back to the 10-point lead. Would be 16-2 on the season if they win. They have not lost in 2022. Three-pointer is off the mark, and Williams the rebound. That's her 4th board of the game. Yeah, they slow it around the perimeter. That little behind-the-back dribble, and Samaria sensed her defender crashing down on her, and that is going to be charged to Holder. That is her second foul. So checking back in is going to be Bankston. She's the young lady from McDonough. And Samaria Thompson has an excellent form at the free throw line. Gets it. Samaria already with 10 in tonight's game in this first half, and is just leading the way, just rims off. But Lady Bulldogs back to an 11-point margin. That curl hook is not there again. They have not been able to get that ball high enough from just outside the paint. Union just playing with supreme confidence since we started the first of the year. And now that we're in February, this is where they all really begin to matter. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Baker's open. Short, just short. Hit the top of the iron. One of these nights, Ashton is going to have one like she did right in the season opener and just absolutely explode. Wide open for Thompson. No. In and out. Lady Bulldogs are back to 33% in three-pointers. They've missed their last 4. And down to 41% overall from the floor. It was a nice fake move, and on the inside, finally getting a spin layup. Austin with 4. Tempo of this game has slowed considerably here in this second quarter. Union had a 20-8 lead going into it. Thompson backing off her defender. Williams with that fake and just dominates the inside. Jalencia, when she sees that mark, it's very, very hard to stop her. And the jumper is well short. Air ball. And checking in for Union is going to be, once again, Shiley Morrison. And in for the Wolves is Taya Campbell, the young lady who is a graduate student from Waterloo, Iowa. The Flash is going to take it down the left-hand side with a layup, and it's too strong. Oh, my goodness. Ashton has just been snake-bitten tonight, 1 out of 7. Very softly handled at the opposite end. And that closes the gap to 9. Well, Ashton's had her opportunities tonight, and the balls are just not dropping. Lucas hasn't scored yet either. This time trying the right-hand side and gets it. The left hand didn't work, so the Flash takes it down the right. And Ashton with 5. Your game's leader, Samaria Thompson, with 10. Carter has 9. What a block and steal by Williams. And here you go, down the left-hand side again. The jump stop and pop is there. And off the turnover, Ashton with 7. Now Ashton's beginning to feel a bit of a rhythm. She's got 2 assists in the game as well. And Lady Bulldogs tie their largest margin up 13. Backdoor, and the foul is going to be on Lucas. So Shanique commits her second. And we have timeout. Union on top of West Georgia 30-17. As we told you, the Lady Bulldogs have had a number of players in quarantine in the last week and a half, and tonight's their first game action in 11 days. So we asked Mark Campbell how difficult it is to get them back into a game mentality.
It's hard to be able to put your finger on how much you should practice, how hard you should go. I think the biggest thing is there's a difference between game shape and practice shape. And so we just got to play through. I think we're pretty deep this year if we want to be. With all the things, people being sick or us quarantining, depth has become even more and more important. And so, we're just going to have to fight through and have no excuses. Everybody can come up with an excuse why they're not going to play well. But being focused and playing together, especially on the defensive end, you can control that type of effort.
When these two teams played in Carrollton on New Year's Eve, West Georgia came within an eyelash of the upset of Union. Scott Groninger's team played really above their level, and Union just seemingly had nothing for them until they got down into the final 2 minutes, and the Lady Bulldogs managed to scramble out a 70-68 victory. Now, tonight they've been able to pretty well dominate it so far, but you can see moments on this West Georgia team where they have an ability to go on a flurry. And indeed, when we started this quarter, they got the first 5 points in it and cut it down to a 7-point margin, but Union up by 13 now. Austin is at the free throw line for a couple. Off the mark. Austin, not one of their stronger free throw shooters. Their leading free throw shooter is Bankston at 94%. Union to play it underneath. And they're applying a press, and Mark said they would. That's one of the things they did down in Carrollton, is that they applied a lot of all-court pressure, particularly when they had the lead. They go to Williams. And Jalencia tried that double spin move in travel. Apparently, the official said that she changed the pivot foot, and when she tried that second 180, it did not get by his eye. So Lady Bulldogs now with 6 turnovers in the contest. From the corner, the three is there. Carroll, that's Valencia Carroll from Raleigh, North Carolina. She's a 5'11 senior and hits her first three of the contest. That's only the second one of the game for West Georgia. They're going to go to Williams again. Thompson thought about it. They're going to have to hurry. And Thompson takes it underneath and couldn't get it. Excellent defense on the part of West Georgia. Don't be deceived by this team's record at 6-9 and 3-7 in the conference, because they have an ability to hang tough with some of the better teams in the conference, as they proved when these two teams met down in Carrollton. They haven't really exploited Jalencia Williams' height advantage enough in this game. Let's see what happens here. Couldn't get it up high enough, and the foul. It's going to be an over the back trying to get that offensive rebound, and Jalencia commits her second, so Keely Robinson will very quickly get back into the contest. Well, we have a horn that appears to be stuck. And Carlos Spencer, the clock operator, is holding up his hands, and there we go. I think he was trying to write a new song, but Carlos probably was entertained by that as much as anybody. One of my favorite people. Long bomb three is there. They have cut this to a 6-point margin as Carroll hits yet another three-pointer. And Shanique with the fake and can't get it to drop. And this team is rallying. West Georgia is trying to make a game of this one. 30-24. Your scoreboard on the screen says 30-25. I think they have given, and now they have completely knocked off. They've got to hold it up because the left-hand scoreboard has completely died. They're trying to get the there we go. Now it's 30-24. They had put it up at 25, and it completely threw everybody for a loop in the house. Checking back in for West Georgia is Jalen Austin. Tell you what, this Valencia Carroll gave this team a real lift with her three-pointers. And what was a 13-point Union lead has been shuttered down to 6 with a little more than a minute to go in the first half. There you go. There's your steal. Keeley was right on top of that one. Let's see what Ashton does with it. They're down to 12 on the shot clock. Now they're going to have to hurry. Ashton doesn't have enough time to play around with it and puts it up. No, it just rolls off. Union just could not get anyone open in the paint. All right, they're going to have to shoot it. The game clock can go down to about 16 seconds. And that one was one where the passing, now they got numbers here. This is 3-on-2. Shanique's going to have to back up because the defense comes back and catches up, so Union will have a chance at the final possession. And you can see Scott Groninger really encouraging his team on defense because of the comeback they have made here, outscoring Union in this second quarter. They got to hurry. Underneath, layup is there. Shanique Lucas can sometimes give you a heart attack before she finally takes it in and put that reverse layup in, and that was her first basket of the entire game, and Union leads it 32-24 here at halftime after being up 20-8 in the first quarter. So Union lost the second 16-12 to West Georgia. Let me give you the scoring right now for West Georgia. It is Sierra Carter, the leader, with 9. She's 4 out of 8 from the floor. 6 points, both of them three-pointers for Valencia Carroll. And then 5 points for Jalen Austin. And then over for Union, Lady Bulldogs shooting 42% from the floor. It has been Samaria Thompson off the bench in double figures with 10. She's had herself a fine evening so far. 7 points for Ashton Baker. She's had a rough time of it from the floor, only 3 out of 10. But nonetheless, she's been able to be a great floor leader for these Lady Bulldogs. She has 7. And Leah Cauble with 6. She had one of the first 3-pointers in the game. She's playing in place of Emily Dunnigan tonight. Union has had some problems with COVID over the last week, and have been a number of players in quarantine, so it's been tough to even have a good practice. But Lady Bulldogs on top, 32-24. And as we always do here at halftime, is we have an opportunity to visit with Coach David Niven to give you folks at home a preview of what's ahead for the men's game that'll start 27 minutes after this women's contest is over. So why don't we do that right now? Let's go visit with Dave Niven in tonight's Bulldog preview. Well, we're at halftime now, and we're joined by Coach Dave Niven, who's going to give us a preview of tonight's men's half of the doubleheader against West Georgia. And Dave, let's come back away from this road trip you've just been on. Give us your takeaway on what that has been like, because, again, you've been able to put some more in the victory column.
I think we got 2 really good wins. Those were 2 tough places to play. West Alabama has always been a difficult place for us to play and get a win, and that was a tough game. We really are starting to shoot the ball at the level I think we've been capable of this year. We had 2 really good offensive nights on Thursday and Saturday at West Al and Auburn Montgomery. Our defense, I think that's a spot that we maybe took a little bit of a step back. Didn't get as many stops as we would have liked to. But that's given us something that we can emphasize this week and hopefully clean up a little bit, because West Georgia is as good offensively as anybody will play. They've got some guys that can really, really score and are really tough covers. So, our defense will certainly need to improve a little bit over what we did last week.
You told me a couple of weeks ago that you get to this time of the season and you really want to see your team be right on the precipice of about 50% shooting from the field. And then also looking at in the Saturday game, you had to make a rally in the second half, but put 50 on the board in the second half. That has to really make you feel good about where this offense is, particularly when you're having to battle from behind on the road.
Yeah, we made shots. For the most part, took care of the basketball. Had a little bit of a problem turning it over on Saturday. But certainly made shots and made some big shots. Tyree played really, really well in both games. He really led us in a lot of ways. Hit big shots at timely moments. Shot a really high percentage. Made tough shots that are really difficult to guard. But he had help. We had other guys, particularly Saturday. J.C. Cossie made a big three late to give us a lead. Bo hit a big three with around 30 seconds left in the game when we had a 1-point lead to stretch it to 4. So as good as Tyree has played lately, we've still got other guys that are really playing well. We got Hunter Vick back from injury over the weekend, and he had still not in game shape, I don't think, but particularly first half on Saturday at Auburn Montgomery, he played great. Really carried us. We had a 16-0 run that he was a huge part of. Had a bunch of assists, made a couple threes, and so we've got a bunch of guys, and it was good to see different guys do different things well. But certainly our ability to make shots and be a little bit more efficient than we have been offensively was encouraging. That's something that we haven't been able to do consistently so far this season.
Before we get into West Georgia, though, I want you to tell me about, because when we started this journey back in November, one of the first things you said is that this is about as deep a team as we've had. And it has indeed been that. Tell us about this bench that you have of players that you don't have any hesitation to drop into that lineup when either somebody needs a rest or somebody's having an off night. Tell us about what this bench has meant this year.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's probably the toughest part of my job this season is when everybody's healthy, is finding minutes for everybody. But it's been a real blessing when somebody goes down, and if somebody's sick or somebody's hurt. I think we've only had 5 or 6 games this year where we had 13 healthy players, and so it's when we're not completely healthy. It's a huge luxury to really feel like you're not missing a beat. You're not having to ask guys to play 40 minutes a game. You've got guys you're confident in that can step in and fill roles. And so that's been great. When everybody's healthy, I mean it is tough because you've got some guys that are really great players that are all conference level players, and those guys need to play a lot of minutes. But you also got a lot of guys that could start, I think, on most teams in our league. We've got 10 guys in the rotation right now that I think could start on most teams in our league. And so not everybody's going to be able to play as much as they want or as much as they should. But it's part of being a team, and I think it's a strength that we have that our guys have bought into, and we've got some selfless players that are just willing to sacrifice for each other, and it's been really good. I bragged on Jeremiah Little Page the other day. Just really has shown great selflessness from being genuinely enthusiastic when Mikhail and Dushin get an opportunity to play, and that's taken minutes from him. And we've got 3 guys that are rotating at one position, and it's just impossible to get them the number of minutes that they need. But man, Jeremiah's starting, and he'll come out and he'll sit a long time sometimes, longer than a starter normally would. But man, he is genuinely fired up for his teammate to get an opportunity, and so you want to see that permeate throughout your team, throughout your roster, because like I said, every player on this team is making sacrifices when it comes to minutes and shots and things like that, because we are really deep. So, but that's what's given us a chance to be pretty good so far.
Let's talk about these guys from Carrollton, Georgia that are invading tonight. And regardless of what their record is, they always have something that is going to be difficult to challenge. Tell us what you know about West Georgia.
Well, I think they're the hottest team in our league right now. They've won 6 in a row. So they're playing really, really, really well. Like I said, they can really score. They've got some players that are capable of putting up 30 on any given night. And they have against us before. So we will, we felt like our defense was not as sharp, over the weekend. And that's an emphasis for us this week in a short week where we don't have a ton of time to prepare. But I know that's going to be the key. If we're successful tomorrow, it'll be because we were able to defend at a high level, because they do have a number of players. Some of them coming off the bench, some of them starting, but they've got a number of players that can really score. And I think they're difficult to guard. They set a ton of screens. They chase you. They make you chase them off of a lot of screens, and takes a lot of energy to defend those guys. But that's where having a deep team, you can defend really hard and then get a break after a couple minutes and then give another guy a break a few minutes later. And so that's something that we will rely on. But I think the key for us is our ability to go out and guard, because I have a lot of respect for their players' athleticism and ability to get to the basket and shoot it. And they can score a lot of different ways.
So to wrap up, summarize for us keys to the game tonight for the Bulldogs.
Defense, getting stops, finishing with rebounds. We did a nice job at West Al, who is leading our league in offensive rebounds. We held them to a season low. So being able to, after you defend, finish with a rebound, I think that's the key. We would love to see us be able to keep West Georgia into the low 40s percentage wise for the game. I feel really good about our chances if we were able to do that. It's a lot easier for me to say today than for us to actually go out and do it. So, but I think that's going to be the biggest key is defense and rebounding. And then on the offensive side, just really need to take care of the basketball, share it, and make good decisions with it. And I think we'll get some good opportunities on that side of the ball.
Well, Dave, getting down to the home stretch of this season, we're in February now, and so we're looking forward to tonight. And so we'll see you after the women's game is over, about 27 minutes afterward. Wish you a lot of good luck this evening.
Thanks, Steve.
And we will be back with the second half of the women's game right after we bring you tonight's halftime statistics.
And here is your halftime report. Let's take a look at it. Lady Bulldogs dominating it from the field, 42 to 29%. Now, they had that up about 52% in the first quarter, tailed off significantly because they had a stronger defense employed by West Georgia as they went more to a zone. 3-pointers, Union 31%. Now, again, that was up at the start of the game. They were 4 out of 8, and then that's tailed off as well. West Georgia at 27%. That's not terribly below what their average is, but it was Valencia Carroll that came into the game and delivered 2 big 3-pointers for them late in the first half. Free throws, Lady Bulldogs struggling just a bit. They are 2 out of 4, 50%, and West Georgia 5 out of 8 for 63. Each team with 20 rebounds. Turnovers, Union has actually committed more, 6 to 5. West Georgia's committed more, 6 to 5. But look at this. West Georgia's picked up 8 points off of Union mistakes, double the number of Union. And that's a big factor in keeping this deficit for the Wolves down to 8 points as Union leads at 32 to 24. I want to remind everybody that we are still and will continue to be under an ice storm warning. That includes right here in Madison County, Carroll County, Fayette County, and a number of the other counties in West Tennessee. It starts officially at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're not going to see a lot of freezing happen overnight, but the ice storm warning starts at 6 o'clock in the morning. It goes until midnight tomorrow night. As the day progresses, temperature is going to go down below freezing, and we anticipate. Here's what the prediction is. Now, it could go a different way. The prediction is between a 1/4 inch to 3/10 of an inch of ice. That would be, particularly at the upper end of that range, that could be extraordinarily hazardous driving conditions. So I encourage all of you to stay in tune with your favorite weather station on television and radio and get the latest, because it potentially adds up to being a very hazardous. And you're talking about with that kind of ice, it could be something that carries on and makes it happen all the way down into causing power outages, trees to go down, and we hope it doesn't happen. But that's where we are right now, so we wanted to give everybody just an update on where we are, and that's from the National Weather Service. And we are about 15 seconds away from starting this second half, and Union will get alternate possession. And Mark's going to go with his original 5, as is Coach Groninger. And a big key for Union is to have a strong third quarter, because it was not an exceptional second quarter. There's Shanique. And they're going to try to exploit on the inside. That double fake, and she just overshot the layup. That's been one of the tough parts of Jalencia's game, is just not being able to get the angle right on those layups. And tonight they have held her to 5 points, and she's had her good looks, 2 out of 7 from the floor. Overhead jumper. That's one of the old-fashioned kind that you used to see back in the days of 6-girl basketball when you played 3-on-3. That shows you how old I am. And there you go. There you go. That is cobbled. The give and go. That's not a play you usually see her on, but they went to the give and go, and you can see the smile on her face. The foul is charged to Bankston. That is her second. So at the line for the three-point play is Leah Cobble. And that was a big one to get this thing started, 35-24. Leah's had herself a fine night starting tonight in place of Emily Dunnigan. As we mentioned, Lady Bulldogs have really struggled with COVID, and they had a couple of games that were on the schedule during the weekend that were postponed and actually probably will wind up being canceled. They will make up a game down in Huntsville against Alabama Huntsville on Monday night. That'll just be a single game. And hopefully the roads will be clear by that point in time. And, just rimming off. Dillard had the range, and it just did not fall. Bethany, that's only her second attempt of the night. Almost a steal by Baker. And again, that's one of the few times they have beaten the defenders on the inside, and it did not fall. Boy, when you do that against Union, you got to exploit it. There's no way they were going to get that one away from Jalencia, and she missed both opportunities. This is just an off night for her. The jumper is not there for Holder. And here goes the flash. She's going to take it all the way down. Yes! Can you believe it? That was one of those that came out of nowhere. The flash just nailed one. And an opportunity for a three-point play. They're still grinning about it on the floor. As this Ashton, I can see the expression on her face. I think the last thing she expected was that ball was going to drop. And she got them all. Ashton earned that one. 10 points for the Flash, and Union now up 14, the largest lead of the game for the Lady Bulldogs. And they're trying an answer shot and get it. Excellent job from outside for Sierra Carter. And the key thing for this West Georgia team is just staying within 10. They want to stay right in that margin, single digits if they can. Jalencia was just all hemmed up. They've done a good job of double teaming her. She's going to have to get out of there somehow and couldn't. Jalencia was just defended beautifully on the part of West Georgia and right into the hands of Dillard. And this is going to be all the way down at the layup. Jalencia actually benefited from the fact that she was slow to get up, and so when they got the steal, she was wide open. Nobody was going to catch her. So Lady Bulldogs back to a 13-point margin. Down to 10 on the shot clock. And that one was forced. Fall away is way, way short. And give it to Union. That would have been a 30-second shot clock violation anyway. And we've got timeout on the floor. Lady Bulldogs on top now, 40-27. Mental focus is a huge factor for any team in the final month of the regular season. And Mark Campbell says it's really what sets a good team apart from a great team.
And to be able to think while you play, understand the scouting report, prevent people from doing what they want to do, and then finishing possessions with blockouts. We can do that, Steve, no matter what our circumstances are. The question is, will we do that on nights where we struggle offensively? And first half against Valdosta, we really struggled offensively, did not execute very well. And so I think, every scenario we go through allows us to build some durable fabric for our season.
And Mark knows that better than anyone. Lady Bulldog cheerleaders out in the middle, out to the Hey song, and they're in their new uniforms tonight. Spring semester has started on the Union campus after a whirlwind J-term, as they call January on this campus. And I'm sure there are a number of students up in the air is that if this ice starts falling as is anticipated in the early morning tomorrow, will they have class in person? That's one thing that COVID took away from being able to do what you typically would do and give everybody a snow day, is that you can easily go virtual now. Zoom has opened up so many avenues. Almost a steal, and that would have been a perfect 2 for Carter, but couldn't hold on to it. So Union will have 18 to navigate a basket. Ashton Baker, that one will be remembered for a long time. That three-point play she had. And Shanique couldn't decide what to do with it. Union is going to have it because a foul is called underneath. And they're having a discussion about it, the two officials. Well, Union will come over here and let's see what they're going to say as far as the foul is concerned. There's 3 seconds showing on the shot clock, and the question mark is there going to be a reset? And the official is still, and the players are just taking a pause for a moment. They're going to increase it back to 6 seconds. So Union has to make this one happen quick. Underneath. Left-hand layup does not go for Cauble. She was wide open, and Union has had a rough time on layups tonight. That's about 6 that have been missed. Fallaway is there for the 3. Excellent job by Sierra Carter. She is the game's leader with 15. So that Union lead that at one point was up to 13 again is back down to 10. Mark's played a lot of people tonight, and in and out. The baskets are just not falling with the same rapidity, and they're going to get Samaria Thompson back into the game. When she was in earlier, she had 10 points in the first half and just seemed to lift this team much more so than what we've seen with some of the regulars. Fall away is not there, and Ashton Baker could not hold on to it. They swing that cross-court pass, and Shanique almost spirited it away. That's what I talk about. She's a whirlwind on defense. They've got to hurry. They're down to 2, and they put up a big bomb. Not there. Iron was unkind. Keely Robinson back in the game. Set a perfect screen for Shanique. Allowed her to travel down the right-hand side, and Union back to the 12-point margin. As we mentioned, between games, you'll get an up-close and personal visit with Keely Robinson, and I think you're going to enjoy it. What a nice young lady she is. They were robbed on that one, and here comes the flash. And she decides better of trying to go all the way down. Cobble, just too much on it. But Keely Robinson, the offensive board, stop and pop is short. I think that was a case of indecision on the part of Shanique. She really wanted to go down and take it all the way and possibly would have drawn a foul, but instead it just would not drop. And they just threw that one away. They were trying to get beyond Cobble and just could not get the... They were trying to get Verdell open, and she just wasn't. And we have timeout once again with Union leading West Georgia 42-30. And as I just told you, Keely Robinson is our featured player this week. And Mark told us earlier what the junior from Paris, Arkansas brings to this program.
Keely, I'm just really proud of Keely. Keely's a very sensitive young lady. She's very enjoyable to be around. It's one of those personalities that when she's on go, it really affects our team in a positive way, just walking out on the court. She's always been one of those people that if I bring in my office, ask her questions, she's going to be honest, and she's going to tell me from her heart. I think as a coach, you really appreciate that. One of the things that I really love, and that probably people can't see from the outside, is because of her sensitivity the first couple of years, it was really hard for her to turn things around and not take things personally. And that thing that she took personally really lasts the rest of the day. And she had to wake up the next day for things to change. And that hasn't been the case this year. She's been very consistent with her effort.
And Keely is on the floor right now. And you'll get to hear about her background, where she grew up, and who influenced her to play college basketball. And it's an interesting story indeed. And there's some of our favorite four that now that we're back in session, they're already begging mom to send them money. That's the key thing is moms, if you're watching tonight and you just saw those young ladies, send them an extra little bit of money or at least a care package. They need it. Even though we're right here starting spring semester. I'm sure the ladies appreciate that. Samaria was, oh my goodness. Mark is directing them to move more. Down to 10 on the shot clock, and Samaria's got a screen. There they go. She's got position and couldn't hold on to it. Jalencia, again, that is the fifth layup she has missed tonight, and it is Samaria Thompson committing the foul on the backside. She has had her looks tonight, but Jalencia is 3 out of 12 from the floor. That is just so uncharacteristic of her because on the season, she is a 60% shooter from the field. And it's things like that that are keeping West Georgia in this game. That turnaround basket for Timberlake, that is her first in the contest. Maya Timberlake from Norcross, Georgia. And again, Union failing on the backside and only getting a one-shot possession. Lady Bulldogs just look like a team that has not played for the last 11 days. They had a good first quarter, up 20-8. but they just seemingly don't have the rhythm that we usually see. That's block number 41 of the season for Jalencia Williams, and that was done as an exclamation point. But Union just seems to be out of sync after that fast early start. Fall away is not there, and they give away the offensive rebound, and it is right there for Timberlake, who's already gotten 2 baskets in her short time in the game. So Union is back down to an 8-point lead. There you go. Baker all the way down and draws the foul. The Flash saw that opening on the left-hand side. The lane was open, and she knew that she was going to probably draw a foul if she couldn't get it in. And so Ashton, and believe it or not, after her struggles early in the game, if she connects even one of these two, she is going to be, the iron was unkind. If she gets this one, she'll be the game leader for Union with 11. Sierra Carter is the game leader, period, with 15. And Ashton is leading with 11. But this West Georgia team, an opportunity to cut it now to 6. And they're going against Williams, and it went too high off the glass, but the follow is there. They're giving them offensive boards. And so Verdell with her first basket. It's still a 3-possession lead, but the Lady Bulldogs have really been challenged here in the third quarter. There you go. Thompson, nobody home. How many of those are they going to miss tonight? That is the 9th layup that has been missed by the Lady Bulldogs, and the foul is called, it looks like, on Thompson. Oh, my goodness. You could have camped out with a Coleman stove, and she could not deliver that layup. Checking out is Bethany Dillard, and back in is Leah Cauble. And Union's shooting percentage down to 36%, and they average 48% for the season. The Plinko drop didn't go, and Baker the rebound. Ashton with 4 boards gets the stop and pop, and it was too strong. But on the backside, finally, Jalencia connects. Offensive board, that's 9 rebounds for Jalencia. And that was a big one to get it back to a 9-point margin. And again, defense stopped that one, and here goes Thompson. She thought about going all the way. Baker wide open, yes! Ashton with 14. Get it back to a 12-point margin. In just a minute and a half ago, this game could have been cut down to 6. Baker's all over the floor on defense. The answer shot is not there, and Thompson with the rebound. So Union they've jetted up the tempo a bit here now in the last couple of minutes as we are down to the final possession of this third quarter. It was 32-24 at halftime, so Union has controlled this third quarter. Now they're down to 4. Ashton's going to have to hurry, or Leah is, and she puts up a big bomb. No, short. They needed to move it in about another 5 feet, but end of the third quarter, Union is on top, 48-36. And so the Lady Bulldogs, a 16-12 margin in that third quarter of action. Well, as we continue our visits with Mark Campbell, let's take a look at this. As we talked about, listening to Keely Robinson and hear her coach talking about her, you can tell that he's got a lot of admiration for her. And he tells us that the mental part of her game has gone to a new level this year.
With her urgency, which is something I really was on her about the first 2 years. It was probably the thing I disliked about her as a player the first 2 years, is this lack of urgency, because she's just so laid back as a person. This year, that hasn't been true. I think you've seen on the floor the speed and the intensity in which she plays is a big deal to us when she comes off the bench. She's totally different than Jay, so therefore she's got to be able to expend energy. It has to be visible She's able to do some things defensively that Jay's not able to do. And she's just really taking pride in her role, whether that's 4 minutes or 18.
And we'll be visiting with Keeley between games, and I think you will all enjoy that. Lady Bulldogs have moved it back out to the margin that they had at the end of the first quarter, 20-8, so they're up 48-36. It has been an even Steven second and third quarter, and it will be West Georgia ball to begin the fourth quarter. And there goes Cowboy Curling. He's trying to do his final tryout before the Olympics start out in just a few days because he wants to get into that curling competition so bad. I don't think he's got a shot with that particular mop. This team has been very steady. They're only shooting 28% from the floor, but they have not given up, and Ashton is called for what you might call a ticky-tack foul. Believe it or not, that's only the 9th foul that the Lady Bulldogs have committed in the entire game. West Georgia has only committed 9. And here we are. We're only 67 minutes into this game, and we're into the fourth quarter. And that one was just out of control, and here goes Thompson. They don't have the numbers here. It looked like it, but they didn't. Samaria with a good eye on that to keep it away from a bad pass. Ashton Baker sitting down for one of the few times tonight. Inside it goes to Williams. Now they got only 6 on the shot clock, and Thompson is open. No, well short. Union has had a rough night after the first quarter on three-pointers. 5 out of 19, way below their season average of 39. They thought about pulling up, almost a steal. Carter wanted to let fly with a 3. Instead, they go to the corner for one, and it's not there. But Union is giving them a lot of offensive rebounds. In fact, the Lady Bulldogs have been out-rebounded in the game 37-32. They'll have 13 on the shot clock to try to maneuver. And I want to say hello to Mama Robinson, Keeley's mother, because she said, I know Mama's going to be watching tonight. Now, they did not get it off. Now, the question is, and of course, Coach Groninger is saying yes on the three-point bank shot, but it's iffy as to whether that shot got off and was released by her hands. They're going to go over and take a look at it. We'll keep it right here. They're going to come over and take a look at the replay. It really was a bang-bang play. From our vantage point, it looked as though that perhaps she did not get it off before the 30 seconds expired. And this is what they're going to take a look at. The backboard actually does light up when the clock hits 0. So the question is, and they are saying no basket. And that's what it looked at from our vantage point. There you go. He's one of the happiest supporters of the Lady Bulldogs. He's here every single time. He was a big supporter of the volleyball team. Yeah, that was one of those. It was a bang-bang play, but it just did not fall. And it's a shame because it was, and they're going to call timeout. So we're going to go to this one. As Mark has talked about here, he says that really when you look at all the things about Keeley Robinson, that it has been a fun season, and she's one of the reasons for that coming off the bench.
It's been something that it's been fun to watch as a coach because you want everybody to have an attitude that's a team-type attitude where it doesn't matter how much time I get. It matters when I do get the time, I'm going to give my very best effort. I'm going to have the team at the foremost of my thoughts. And so she's exemplified that in a tremendous way this year on a year that, to be honest with you, when we had our conversation in the spring last year, she was unsure about what kind of role she'd have. And she's ended up taking on a role that's been been so beneficial to us. We've won several games because of her ability to come in and give us something different.
Well, this has been one of those that I know when this is over with, Mark's going to look at this and say, we just didn't play up to par, even though he's got a 12-point lead at this stage. Because after the first quarter, the execution has just not been that strong for the Lady Bulldogs. Some of that you got to credit to the defense of West Georgia. But when you miss 9 layups in a game, and at least 3 of those were just so wide open you could have camped out all day, I know that this is one of those shake your head moments for him. Thompson, again, as we mentioned, she had 10 points in the first half. She's been held down in the third quarter and the early part of the fourth. The flash is back in. She's got an opening, but decides not to take it. Tipped away. Now they're going to have to hurry. Down to 5 on the shot clock, and Ashton takes the 3. Yes! So Ashton has picked up her credentials now, 3 of 6 from behind the arc, and she leads Union with 17 points. She is the game leader now. Trying the jumper. Again, that overhead jumper. That's an old school type of jump shot, but Austin connects to give her 7. I don't care what school it is as long as it goes in. Excellent job of beating that press. Jalencia was picked up very, very quickly. And so on the other side, it is Samaria. She's got 12. And let's see, it's going to be underneath. So Lady Bulldogs now out to their largest lead of the game at 53-38. And Carlo was running the clock. Now it stopped. Now it's back again. Now it's stopped again. And they have to. Now it's running. And if you're as confused as I am, congratulations. The clock was running when they were not playing, and it was running when they were playing. Was not running when they were not playing. Oh, that was a dangerous one. Jalencia had it knocked away. They got to hurry again. She stops and pops. Short. And again, there have been several possessions the Lady Bulldogs have had where it's gotten down to the final 5 seconds, and they just seem to be disorganized. Steal. Here you go. Ashton's opened. Instead, Samaria's going to take it. And it is going to be out of bounds. And checking back in for West Georgia going out is Timberlake, and checking back in is Mariah Holder. So Lady Bulldogs commit their 7th turnover of the game, 12 for West Georgia. And that curl floater is not there, and here goes the flash. When she gets that head of steam going, it's like, just get out of the way. Down to 15 on the shot clock. And Thompson takes it. Got it! Now, is the foul away from the ball, or what is it? And apparently they're going to wipe it off. Now, the question is okay, they wiped it off, and apparently is it West Georgia or is it Union ball? And we're not totally sure. It is Union ball. They did give the basket, okay. It took a while before they got the signal on that officially, so Union gets the ball right back. So it's an 18-point lead for Union, and Thompson with 15 now. That is her season high. Leah Caldwell was in deep trouble in the backcourt. There you go. Trying to curl it up high. It doesn't fall. Nice job of saving it underneath for West Georgia. as we approach 5 minutes remaining to be played in the contest. That one's off the mark, and the foul is on the backside. And checking back in for Union is Bethany Dillard. Coming out is Leah Cauble. Union has committed 2 fouls in the fourth quarter, and West Georgia 1. In the game, we have only had 20 fouls, and that short one did not fall for Austin. And Union on the bicycle. And Lucas, just an air ball, and gets it back and banks it home. She has redeemed herself. 6 for Shanique, and Union up by 20. A 10-2 run here in the first 5.5 minutes of this fourth quarter. Jumper. And again, it is ice cold now for this West Georgia team. 14 out of 54. Wide open for the 3. Not there. Shiley Morrison had a good look at it, just wasn't enough. They're going to take it down the lane, and it's still not there. And here goes the flash. Trying to split those defenders, and it is Lucas. No, off to the right. So Union tonight has had a rough one from three-point land, 7 of 24. When they've scored, it's erupted the place, but they've missed a lot of them. And right through the defenders, and a foul is called on Keely Robinson. That is her third. So Lady Bulldogs are up by 20, but it doesn't seem like it because their shooting percentage is way off tonight, both in threes and on the regular floor. And they've been out-rebounded, 43-37. And connecting is Holder. That gives her 3 in the game. All of them have been from the free throw line. And back to the 18-point margin, and timeout is called with Union on top, 58-40. Well, we're only 4 weeks away from the Gulf South Conference tournament, and we asked Mark Campbell what the most important key is to keeping his team focused on a one game at a time mentality.
Just being able to focus on details. I think the one thing in life that allows you to be really consistent, to be able to do things well, to know what's expected of you, is to not think about outcomes. It's to think about what your job is in the moment and doing it really well. And as a coach, you're trying to teach them what their job is so that it becomes who they are. They're just not trying to please me. And I think during November and December and January, there's this idea they're wanting to please me. And usually in February, something it transfers into this. I know what my job is, and I really want to do it well and not let my team down.
And as you see our dance team going, frustrations are abounding from the Mark Campbell bench. I can tell you there is intensity in his voice. We can hear him up here in the booth. And this is what happens usually when he sees his team just not executing well. And you might have heard him earlier say that this is not one of those things that you can excuse to the fact that you've had a team that's been in quarantine, a lot of them, and that they haven't had an opportunity to have really outstanding practices because of quarantine. He said, we got to do what we do, and we got to not make excuses for it. And I think he was somewhat on that soapbox in that timeout. Lady Bulldogs have outscored West Georgia 10-4, and underneath it goes Keely Robinson. They've outscored West Georgia now 12-4 in this quarter, but I think Mark looks at this and says it should have been 20-4. I mean, he is one who just stresses excellence. And there have been just points in this game that we have not seen that from the Lady Bulldogs. For the 3. Off the mark, and Ashton comes down with it. That's 8 rebounds for your point guard right there. And she's going to take it all the way and curls it too high. But Shanique Lucas is there for the follow. Shanique with 8. And again, trying to stay with their disciplined pattern offense. They're going to get Edwards back into the game momentarily, working against Robinson, and it's not easy to go against Keeley. And Keeley went to the deck, but the basket goes anyway. So Verdell with 4 in the game. And I can see Coach Groninger up, and he's frustrated because the shot clock did not roll. Yeah, they were about 6 seconds into the possession before the shot clock began to roll, and it's at 26 right now. And I know that's exactly what Coach Groninger is upset about over at the other side. And the official is going over to have a conversation with him, and he's somewhat shaking his head. Now let's see if they keep it at 26 seconds. We're going to keep it right here and see how this discussion goes, because they're not going to take a timeout out of this with 2:21 to go. Mark has pretty well not emptied his bench, but he's gotten Bailey Augustine into the contest now. Now they got it going again. Shot clock is correct. And going for the 3. No. Again, those 3-pointers have just not fallen with the precision that you're accustomed to with this Lady Bulldog team. 7 of 25 tonight, and that's going to be a 3. Did that go in? Yes, it did. It's a chance for a 4-point play. The foul is charged. And let's see who that's going to be against Samaria Thompson. Her first. And so one of the rare opportunities at a 4-point play. And she could not connect. And this time, are they going to charge that to Bailey Augustine? Yeah, they are. So they're going to charge that to Bailey on the rebound. It looked like it could have gone either way. And that is that the 4th or the 15th foul? I don't know why she would be shooting. There it is. It is the 15th foul. So at the line is going to be Timberlake. So an opportunity for a 5-0 run. It was actually, Union has been on top twice in this fourth quarter by 20. But the Lady Bulldogs are going to score well below their 75-point-a-game average. Got the second one. And they're going to continue to try to press. Mark likes to get these younger players into the game in order to try to have an opportunity, because he knows when he gets into the conference tournament as well as in the South Regionals, it is going to be very, very tough not to get in foul trouble and not have to go to your bench. A little floater is there for Shiley Morrison. Her first basket of the game. An 18-point lead. And we're getting close to the final minute of action. I know Lady Bulldogs would like to keep this to 50 if they can. That jumper is there, and it's a 3. They got to hurry to get it in. And again, somebody has to come to that basketball. Thompson has had herself an excellent game tonight with 15 points. And she takes it easy. She's 6 of 11 from the floor tonight. But she's been a very good floor leader and puts it up. Short. But the offensive board underneath, and no foul called. So Union missed 2 opportunities at it. Going for the 3. High arc is way, way off the mark, and the follow is not there. The third one is not there either. And scrambling for a 4th opportunity and not there. And Union may just play this one out. Lady Bulldogs are going to win this one 64-49. They're not going to put another one up. But it was not exactly what you would call the prettiest of victories for them, as they go now on the season 11-0 in the Gulf South Conference, 16-2 overall. West Georgia falling to 6-10 and 3-8 in the conference. So Lady Bulldogs continue unblemished in the conference race. Let's take a look at the totals. For West Georgia, they had one player in double figures, and that was Sierra Carter, their leading scorer, with 15 points. She was 6 out of 14 from the floor. Jalen Austin added 7 points and 9 rebounds, but they just could not get scoring going from outside. They only shot 28% from the floor, but actually outshot Union in three-pointers, which is not what their strong suit is, 32%. They out-rebounded the Lady Bulldogs 47-41 in the game, and particularly in offensive rebounds, 14-9. Let's take a look over at the Union side of the ledger. And here's where it is. Union shot 26 out of 67 from the floor. Now, in the first quarter, they were shooting 50%. And everything just really slid to being, at best, mediocre from the floor the rest of the way. 39% from the floor, 26 of 67, which was about 9% below their average of 48% for the season so far. And then looking across the board here when it comes to three-pointers, that's where the rough one was tonight. 7 of 25. They were 4 of 8 in the first quarter and ended up with 7 of 25, so they were 3 of their last 17 from behind the arc. It was a tough one, 28%. Union 5 of 8 from the free throw line at 63%, but as we say, they were out-rebounded 47-41. Turnovers, Union only committed 7 tonight, whereas West Georgia gave up 12. And Union captured off of turnovers 9-8 for West Georgia. But let's look at the scoring in this one. Ashton Baker, who had a rough time of it from behind the arc in the first 2.5 quarters, finally got her game together and ended up with 6 of 17 from the floor and 3 of 7 from behind the arc. She missed her first 4 and then got 3 in a row, and then ended up with 8 rebounds. And when you get your point guard with 8 rebounds, that's solid across the board. And so she was the game leader with 17 points and add 8 rebounds to that. Samaria Thompson, we got to hand it to her for a terrific game tonight. She had 15 points coming off the bench. She had 10 at halftime. They bore down on her in the second half. But she was 6 of 12 from the floor and 2 of 5 from three-point land. Added 3 rebounds and a couple of steals. So then also across the board, Leah Cauble, who came in and had a couple of threes in the first quarter, and Leah ended up with 9 tonight. She started in the place of Emily Dunnigan, who is one of the Lady Bulldogs who has had to deal with COVID. And then Jalencia Williams tonight, she missed 6 layups in this game. It just was, and a lot of them were not well-defended situations. She just simply couldn't get the ball to drop. And so they held her to 9 points tonight, 4 out of 12 from the floor. She did contribute 9 rebounds. But for the Lady Bulldogs, and Shanique Lucas also, she had a tough night, 0 of 4 from behind the arc. She had 6 rebounds in the game to wind up with 8. But our player of the game from Worthy Road Studios is going to be Ashton Baker, because of the fact that she really turned her game around in the second half and provided a spark when the lead was down to 7 points at 43-36. She began to take control of the game and led Union to the final 5 points in the third quarter, and Lady Bulldogs ending up winning this one 64-49. And so it is Ashton Baker, 17 points. She had 3 3-pointers, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists in the game. She is our Worthy Road Studios player of the game, and our congratulations to Ashton. So, Lady Bulldogs put another one in the books to go up on the season. Again, 11-0 in the Gulf South and 16-2 overall. And they'll have a date Monday night. Not a weekend game coming up on the schedule this weekend. They'll be playing down at Alabama Huntsville in a makeup game on Monday night. Well, as we told you, our featured player of the game is Keely Robinson. Keely contributed 4 points during the game tonight and did some excellent defense, particularly when she was spelling Jalencia Williams. And Keely is one of these, as a junior, has provided a lot of increased leadership during the course of the season. So tonight I get a chance to visit with her one-on-one, up close and personal, and I think you're going to enjoy our halftime featured player of the game, Keely Robinson.
The word excellence implies one or more standards of excellence by which to measure. We represent Jesus Christ, and there is no greater standard of excellence. Our approach to excellence has been validated, for example, by the careers of one of our graduates who, while she was a graduate student at Duke, solved a theoretical physics problem that had gone unsolved for 30 years.
When I onboard new students, I share a story about why I chose Union. I chose Union because excellence matters. And I tell them that when you do all things to glorify Christ, excellence is the expectation. The class of 2020 had a 98% pass rate on the NAPLEX, which ranked us number 1 in the state of Tennessee. Nationally, it gave us a ranking of 8th out of 140 some odd colleges of pharmacy across the U.S.
The debate team has really helped me in all areas of my life, specifically academically. It's helped me to think critically because I don't get to choose which side of a topic that I get to argue on. And so when I go into my classes, I'm able to look at things from all angles and think critically about it. Being a part of the debate team that did win the national championship was really, really rewarding. Not only did we win the national championship, but we did it for our teammates, we did it for our school, but most importantly, we did it for the glory of God.
Well, in our Player of the Week feature, we are delighted to have Keely Robinson with us from the Lady Bulldogs. And Keely, it's a real treat, number 1, to be able to have a chance to visit with you, but number 2, to let people have a chance to know more about you. Tell us a little bit, just a very brief part of the Keely Robinson story, such as where you grew up and some things about your folks, et cetera.
I'm from like a very small town in Arkansas, Paris, Arkansas, and I graduated with like 80 people, but I have 5 siblings. So that's basically been like my whole life. I have 3 older brothers and 2 younger sisters, and my oldest brother is 27, but he's like the reason that I got into playing basketball anyways, because growing up, I just had 3 older brothers for the majority of the time, and I just wanted to do what they were doing, and then I ended up actually like falling in love with the sport.
That's just, I usually start asking about siblings, and for you to have this many, but particularly for the brothers to get you involved in basketball. What's the earliest you remember actually being able to touch a basketball, and was it in the backyard? Was it at school with the brothers? Where was it?
I remember I actually like started playing basketball with like our Boys and Girls Club when I was 3, but I was playing with like the 4-year-olds. And then ever since then, my mom signed me up every year. And then in middle school, I got on the team, and then I ended up a college basketball player.
Sounds like you're a little bit surprised that you got to that point. But when you're starting at 3 years old, my goodness, I mean, it's just been almost a complete part of your biography where that's concerned. As you were going up the level, and particularly when you got to high school, what was it that led you to think, I can do this at the college level and perhaps get a scholarship for it?
I remember I was in 8th grade and I was sitting in science class, and we were talking about college growing up. And I was like, I actually think that I could play college basketball. And then my freshman year, I got moved up to the varsity team. And then I had started receiving like mail from colleges, and I was like, I could actually play college basketball. And that's like when it hit me. And then I feel like I started taking it more serious, because before then it was kind of just like a hobby and I played for fun.
Oh, well, playing for fun, and that's half of it. When you get to this level, it's serious, but you still got to have fun with it, or else it becomes something that just overwhelms you completely. Now, in talking about your brothers, now, how far did they go? Did they play high school and or college basketball?
No, I had 2 of my brothers played until high school, but my oldest brother started when he was young, and then my second brother didn't start until he was probably in like middle school, but they didn't play after. My oldest brother went to the Air Force like right out of high school, and then my other brother went to college.
Keely, now when you are in the situation that you are now, where you got to be ready to come in off the bench at any given time, and I'm going to go to a case in point, Valdosta State game. And that was one where we're down 14 points in the first half, and things just looked grim. And Coach Campbell mixed Jalencia with you, with Samaria Thompson, and so many others of you that got into that game and shared a lot of what made that comeback happen. When you were all at halftime and you're back in the locker room, and it had been not a good half. Let's just tell it like it is. It was not a good first half. Tell us, I know what Coach Campbell does in situations like this, but what about you as players that you try to do to rally each other and say, okay, we're better than this?
I remember the Valdosta State in the locker room right before we came back out. I said, I don't care if we lose tonight. I said, I don't want to lose playing like this. I said, if we lose, we're going to give it all we had. And then walking out, I said, actually, I do care if we lose. I said, I would like to win. I said, I just want us to play good, because I said the basketball we're playing right now is not us, and we all know that's not us.
I can really hear that conversation, especially because it's a natural thing to come off of your lips about the fact, I don't care if we lose. I just want us to put it all on the floor when we come back. But you really do want to win. And that was one of the most, look, I've been doing this for nearly 30 years. And that was probably one of the most dramatic comebacks that I've ever seen a Lady Bulldog team have. It reminded me so much of the game that the Lady Bulldogs had back in the NAIA years in the national tournament in the quarterfinals back in 1998 against Oklahoma City, where they were down by as much as 18, and it was 16 at halftime, and it just looked like everybody's going to pack it up, turn it over, and then this dramatic comeback, and it went to overtime. But there was a lot of parallel between that game and what we went through back in 1998. Now, let me move to some other things about you and let the viewers have an opportunity to get to know you. What's your major at Union, and what are you looking to do to pursue after graduation?
My major is exercise science, and I chose that mainly because when I came to college, I'm just indecisive, and I didn't really know like what I wanted to do, but I knew the exercise science field is like what I would like. So like right now, I'm really thinking about coaching or a strength and conditioning coach.
Boy, I can tell you, and you're not the only one who I know who is looking at coaching, both from volleyball and from basketball. But somehow when I see you out on the floor, I just get the idea you would be a tremendous coach, because it's almost, when I watch you when you're in the game, it's almost like you're a coach out there on the floor. So it's one of those things. I think you got a lot of potential where that is concerned. What was it about Union that led you to decide to come here?
I remember when I came on my visit, me and my mom were talking, and she was like asking me if I liked it. Coach Campbell still talks about it to this day. I probably said maybe 9 words on my visit. I just did not talk, and he thought I just hated him. But I was just like taking it all in, and I was like, I really like think this is home, and it just like had a home feeling. And I like, when I met with the team, I feel like we just connected instantly.
This team this year, you can tell it on the floor. You can tell it when you're not in the game. This team seems to be very special because there just seems to be a great chemistry, and you all seem to like each other off the court. And that has to play a lot into the success of this season and continuing to be undefeated in the Gulf South Conference. Tell us what that is like with the teammates that you have now.
I was actually talking to Miracle about this earlier this morning, and we were
let's remind everybody that that's Miracle Gray, who is one of the graduate assistants on the team and a former Lady Bulldog.
Because her senior year was my freshman year, and that team was enjoyable last year. Our team was enjoyable. But this year we were talking about how every day we walk into practice and you just know that like something's going to happen. Somebody's going to do something that's funny, or somebody's going to uplift the mood. And there's just like not any bad days on our team. I feel like if somebody's down, then somebody's there to pick them up.
What's it meant to have the kind of experience that you have on this team with graduate students that were able to have an extra year of eligibility because of the COVID year? And you got people back like Emily Dunnigan, and of course you've got Ashton Baker, who has come into this program and been terrific at the point guard. What's it meant to have that kind of leadership along with people like yourself?
I feel like having the older people like mixed in with our freshmen. If you were watching us, you couldn't tell who's a graduate student and who's a freshman, because I feel like we all do so good at like picking each other up, and just, I don't know. My mind went blank.
That's all right. Mine goes blank a lot more often than yours does. So, but I get what you're talking about, is that it seems as though, and I know I have noticed this, and heaven knows I've been through so many Lady Bulldog teams that I can tell the chemistry an awful lot. This team just seems to like being with each other off the court, and when you guys stay around a lot for the men's games afterward. And this team just seems to be very, very focused on each other, as well as what the mission is in as far as winning games is concerned.
I feel like all of our personalities are like, they're not exactly the same, but I feel like they all just mesh well together. And I don't know how he got 15 girls from all across the world, and we all got together and we were all like the same and just clicked. But I love them. I love all of them.
It has something to do, I think, with what is in all of you internally, and that's been a huge part of the factor. When you get to, you've been down this road before. When you get down to this part of the season, where now, and as everybody's seeing this, we're in February now. Mm-hmm. And so you're at a stage of the game where there aren't that many weeks left before it gets down to tournament time, and then potentially going to regionals. And everybody I know would love to have an opportunity to get back to the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament. But when it gets down to this point, how much of your focus is on that and really looking at, okay, we've got a chance to do something really special this year?
Well, I think with the way he makes our schedule, like the beginning of the year, you know, we play harder teams. And I like that because it gets us to this point, and now I feel like we're prepared because we had a tough schedule in the beginning and we were playing Tampa and Central Missouri. And I feel like those games help us prepare for this part of the season. And I feel like our whole team is just really going to focus in.
You've also had to deal with a situation this year where you've had some postponements because of COVID. Now, last year, we were in that crazy schedule where you were playing the same team on Friday and Saturday, and that was kind of crazy as it was. But this year, you've had some postponements, and that's left some gaps in the schedule. Like here we are Wednesday night. We're playing a rare Wednesday night game, but you had 2 games that were knocked off the schedule because of COVID this past weekend. How difficult is it to get back on the floor in the competitive situation when you haven't been able to play against somebody other than in practice? You haven't been able to play against somebody with this game almost in 2 weeks.
I think it has to do with like what you said with focus and our whole team just being focused in last week when everybody was in quarantine, and I think we had like 5 girls that weren't, and I was one of them. And we just had individuals in weights and basically like just went on as if we were about to play. And then we had practice this weekend, and I just feel like we're still taking steps forward to getting ready for our game. But once you like get out of shape, it is hard to get back in shape. So that's always a problem. But I think that like our practices, like leading up to the game, I think they prepare us well.
Well, I can put it to you this way, Keely, as someone who has actually been in quarantine myself in just this most recent few days, and I'm just now emerging from it. And when you get to my age, and then you'll find out what it's like to get back in shape after you had to sit out for a little while. But it is tough. It's mentally tough, I know, to get back out there and restart the engines once again. Let me ask you a final question here. What do you hope to take with you from the experience of playing at Union University when the career's all over? What do you hope that this experience has prepared you for?
Like before I came to Union, like I said on my visit, I said about 9 words. So it's just like getting out of my comfort zone and being able to like communicate with people, talk to people. I would like to be a people person. And I feel like with the way that our team is set up and like just like the relationships I have on the team have helped me like get out of my comfort zone and find more friends, talk to more people. So I would like to take that and run with it.
Well, I got to tell you, doing an interview like this is one way of getting. I'm glad you said more than 9 words in this interview, or otherwise it would have been one of the fastest ones we've ever had. But that's really true. It's being able to suddenly, and over a period of time, you eventually get to a point where you can be comfortable as a communicator. Coaches have to be communicators. Let's face it, about half of it is communication. You got to have talent, and you got to be able to know what to do in situations, but you also have to be able to communicate with each other on the floor. And I think that's been one of the great things watching about this team this year is that you're all very good communicators with each other, and you don't make a lot of silly mistakes. And that's hopefully for a lot of people, that'll be a preview of things to come. Keely, I want to thank you for your time and for spending this few minutes with us, and wish you a lot of good luck for the rest of the season. And I'll let you say hello to Mom and all of the brothers and sisters here. Go ahead and say hello to them as we wipe.
Hi, Mom. I know she's watching.
So have all the other parents when I've had them on. It's been interesting. Keely, thanks again for your time. I appreciate it so much. And now let's go back to the floor.
At Union, we seek to be Christ-centered in all we do. We don't focus on Christ-centeredness just in the chapel. One of the great opportunities I have in serving at Union is meeting students from all over the world. And one specific student that I think of is JV Martinez. And since coming here, I've watched him grow in his walk with Christ, connect to a local church, invest in others, share the gospel with others, and be a godly man. He, in many ways, is a great example of a student that we're hoping to invest in.
I'm JV Martinez. I'm a senior from Tampa, Florida. studying business management. So coming to Union, I'd never actually had a Christ-centered life modeled for me. It's the genuine heart of Union, and I think it permeates from every level, from the top all the way to the bottom, including the students. It really changed my life and what it looked like to be a follower of Christ. It's no longer I, it's Christ who lives in me, and like that's not something that just happens at church, but it's something that happens throughout all of my life.
And the Office of University Ministries here at Union, we seek to help students take their next step in their walk with Christ. And we do that through chapel, discipleship groups, mission trips that we call Go Trips, service opportunities. And one of the things we understand is that every student, every faculty member, every staff member has a next step to take in their walk with Christ. And we want to come alongside of students to do that, to help them grow, to help them connect to a local church, to know God's word, and to serve and to advance God's kingdom all over the world.
And here we go. Union against West Georgia men. Steve Beverly back with you live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium at David Blackstock Court. And we hope you're going to enjoy this one. The Lady Bulldogs winning 64-49 over West Georgia to maintain their lead and to stay unblemished in the Gulf South Conference. The Bulldogs tonight come in with a 1.5 game lead in the conference over West Florida and West Alabama, and 2 games over West Florida. Let's take a look at your starting lineups tonight. First off, for West Georgia, Kadeem Jones. He is a 6'2 graduate student from Dayton, Ohio, a transfer from Marshall. Michael Zabatakis. We called his name a lot last year. He's a senior guard from Cumming, Georgia, 6'5". And then Dong Nyao, he is a graduate student from Arlington, Virginia. He goes 6'4". Keyshawn Hurd is a junior from Newark, Ohio, and is 6'7". And then J.J. Barnes, 6'1" junior from Marietta, and he is a transfer from Kennesaw Mountain. So let's take a look at the Bulldogs, and you're going to see a couple of changes. Of course, there's been some COVID going through both the men's and women's teams, and so a few changes in the lineup. Justin DeBuck, JT, is going to get his start tonight, and he is a 6'1" sophomore from Broward County, Florida. Jeremiah Littlepage. Hello, Ma Littlepage. I know you're watching down in Birmingham tonight. 6'7" sophomore from Birmingham, Alabama. Hunter Bick back in the lineup now after having some injuries, and he's been back in, had some good minutes this past weekend. Hunter, a 6'4" senior from just up the road in Camden, Tennessee. Ty Parks, the 6'4" senior from Pocahontas. And then Bo Gidgel, 6'8" junior from Los Angeles, California, and transfer from Prairie View. And those are your starters. We're about a minute away from tip-off. Bulldogs coming in tonight averaging 80 points a game. They hold their opponents down to 70. And for West Georgia, they're coming in with a 6-game winning streak. They may seem to be sort of so-so at 10-9, but they have been on a roll. 6 wins in a row in the conference. They're 7-5, and they're holding their opponents down to 72 points a game. And so on paper, this thing is a lot more even than perhaps what the overall records indicate, because this is a very good defensive team coming in here from Carrollton, Georgia. Boykin is the leader. Tyree Boykin not in the starting lineup tonight. He's the leader, 19.4 a game, and he has 42 assists. And on the other side, it is Jones that is the leader for West Georgia, 14.2 and 5 rebounds. And so you're going to see a lot of intense action on the floor tonight. And you heard at halftime of the women's game what Dave Niven said were the keys to the game is to have some intensity about this team, and also particularly going after offensive and defensive rebounds with a mission. So let's listen to the introduction of the starting lineup.
Thank you for your cooperation. And now for the next starting lineup, beginning with the visitors, the Wolves. 6'7" junior from North Ohio, number 4, Keyshawn Hurd. And at guard, 6'1" junior from Marietta, Georgia, number 20, J.J. Barnes. The Wolves are coached by Dave Moore, assisted by Andy Young, Regis Patton. And now, for your Union Bulldogs, at guard, a 6'1" sophomore from Broward County, Florida, number 5, Justin Gibber. And goal, a 6'7" sophomore from Birmingham, Alabama, number 20, Jeremiah Littlepage. And guard, the 6'4" senior from Camden, Tennessee, number 23, Hunter Vick. And guard, the 6'4" senior from Oklahoma, Tennessee, number 33, Ty Potts. And at 4, a 6'8" junior from Los Angeles, California, number 35, Bo.
And there you have it. Union and West Georgia. This is also extraordinary. Union will hold on to the lead in the Gulf South Conference regardless, but this is also one of those situations where the Bulldogs will not play this weekend. That was designated in the schedule. Generally, you have at least one date that's for a snow makeup of some kind, but they won't play this weekend. And then it's going to be an 8-day layoff before they return to action right back on this floor a week from tomorrow night against Delta State. And we'll have it for you live right here on ePlus TV6, ePlusTV6.com, UUathletics.com, as well as the free-to-view app on Roku televisions and players. And all of it comes your way courtesy of Worthy Road Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin, and it is JT DeBuck picking up that tip. And again, trying to dictate tempo in the early portion of this game is so crucial for both teams, but especially what Dave Niven feels this team is capable of for Union. Littlepage, and lost it. Just a little bit of indecision on the part of Jeremiah, and Union commits the first turnover. This Bulldog team has played possibly beyond expectations of some people, but certainly up to the expectations of Coach Dave Niven. 17-4 and 11-2 in the conference. And the jumper from the corner is not there. And that one just went completely off of the hands of Vic. And so West Georgia will play it. West Georgia has a beautiful campus in Carrollton. I'm a native Georgian, and I've been to just about every one of the college campuses across the country and across the state. And it is absolutely a wonderful place for young people to study. Floater is not there for Jones, and Union's going to try to go the fly pattern. This team will go man-to-man and zone with you. And they can really pick you apart if you're having an off night. And it is Parks, way off the mark to the right. So we played a little bit more than a minute, and nobody has put one on the board. And again, they go to the paint and then dish it back out. Trying to pummel this man-to-man defense of Union. Long three, in and out. Niall was absolutely robbed of that one. So Union slows the tempo. These two teams met in Carrollton on New Year's Eve, and underneath, Littlepage gets the follow. I can see the expression on Jeremiah's face. He's got that sly grin on it. It's almost as if, okay, finally, is it going to go in? And it did. The foul was charged to Keyshawn Hurd, his first. So Jeremiah tries to knock down a three-point play early. In and out, off the back of the iron, but Union going for the offensive rebound. And we're going to be talking to Dave Niven during the game a lot about rebounding. Yes, and the foul. Going to the deck hard is Hurd, but he commits, and that is already his second personal foul. And we're barely 2 minutes and 5 seconds into this one, so into the game is Jalen Sasser, the senior from Little Rock, Arkansas. And Bo Gidgel with an opportunity for a three-point play. And Bo connects. So Union off to the early 5-0 lead after the first 2 minutes were somewhat of a blur. And here's a steal. Taking it all the way down, and the nice job of timing that block. Parks had an easy run to it, and they just timed the block perfectly and knocked it away from behind. And for the three, it is there. Net hardly moved as Jones connects. Jones averaging 14.2 per game. And here you go. Gidgel had the opening and had it blocked. And they're going to scramble. JT's got it away. And from the corner of the three. No, in and out. But Union, well, too many people scrambling at one time for that offensive board, and that put it right back in the hands as the foul is going to be charged to Hunter Vick. That was some wild flurry down at the opposite end, but they'll play it underneath. West Georgia averages 44% from the floor for the season. Union 47%. Dave Niven said he wanted this team to be close to 50 at this stage of the season. The left-handed hook is not there, and the rebound comes off to Vick. And Union trying to increase the tempo. Now, this guy, DeBuck, he can just go everywhere. He is a flyer. He'll do a 180 around that floor in an attempt to try to get open. And there you go. Yes, sir. The assist, the alley-oop inside to Ty Parks. Make it a 7-3 lead. That's one of those, as Dave Niven says, they don't work on that a lot in practice, but it's just the feel of the game. If you got a guy open who's going to have a chance to nail that down. Nice block, beautifully timed by Little Page. Jeremiah has done a terrific job on the block so far this year. That's his 26th block of the season, and we got an air ball. And timeout is called, and Union is leading it 7-3 here as we're barely 4 minutes into this one. Well, rebounding is often taken for granted by many of you who watch the game at home, but Dave Niven says several factors are important for a team to be consistent in crashing the glass.
You got to have guys that believe in the importance of it. There are things that the natural thing you want to do when a shot's taken is just move towards the rim. And it feels right. It's not always the right thing to do though. More often than not, the right thing to do is to go away from the rim, go find your man. We want to be physical. We want to be the first team to make contact. We've got some really good athletes. And sometimes your best athletes are the worst at being fundamentally sound on rebounding because they're used to just using that athleticism to go get a rebound.
Dave Niven is a great teacher of the game, and I can tell you, you're going to learn a lot tonight during our timeouts about what it's like in the art of rebounding, which, we watch it and we get excited when a guy pulls down a big rebound or he gets a second and third opportunity, but there's a lot more to it than the average fan recognizes. And so Dave will tell you a lot about that as we go along this evening in the first half. And I say, I hope you enjoyed our visit with Keely Williams of the Lady Bulldogs in between games. What a delightful young lady she is. And I know the folks in Paris, Arkansas are terribly proud of her and all those brothers who managed to convince her to play the game of basketball. And Union is certainly happy that she is here. And that one just fired too hard, an attempt to try to get Sasser underneath. That one was shot out like a cannon. And in the game for Union now is J.C. Clausey. But DeBuck, one thing I like about J.T. DeBuck is his hair flies all over the place. I'm convinced that he could actually fly on the floor if that hair gets enough of a movement. And that nice sky hook for Gidgel. Union by 6. And it's good to see some of these students back in the place here. It is a rare Wednesday night for a game because most of them are Thursday and Saturday, an occasional Monday game, and the floater goes through. Jones makes it a 9-5 contest. And that was one of those where it just got too much out of control on the dribble for DeBuck, and that is the third turnover for the Bulldogs. The announcer on tonight's game has been selected by Worthy Road Studios and approved by Union University, and I'm certainly happy for both of those. And if you want to go back and look at tonight's game later tonight or early tomorrow, it'll be on YouTube. And if you're sitting at home trying to sit out the ice storm, that'll be a good way to enjoy yourself. Go to Worthy Road Studios on YouTube and you'll see the entire game. And here trying to drive the baseline, but it is Simmons. It was there, but Gidgel with the follow. I'm going to tell you, as the season has gone along, Bo has just asserted his dominance even more. 7 points for Bo Gidgel. Big three from the corner. It goes for Seth Brown Carter. And he's tied for the lead in scoring on this team. He didn't start, but he has an average of 14.2 per game, and he has 21 steals on the season. Again, Tyree Boyking working one-on-one. Right down the lane and going to the deck hard, and the foul is going to send J.C. Clausey to the line. And that foul is charged to Sasser, his first. That's the fourth team foul so far on West Georgia. They have changed that one now. That's the third team foul. Clausey on the line. 70% free throw shooter on the season, and it goes right. Checking into the game, J.C. Hawkins. We got the guys with the initials all over the place right now. We got J.C. Clausey. We got J.C. Hawkins. We have had J.T. DeBuck in there tonight. Kind of reminds me of about 3/4 of the men in my hometown of Waycross, Georgia. I remember my father had 3 men in his church one time named LP, DP, and CP. True story. I'm not kidding you, folks. We've got just about as many of them on the Bulldogs now. There you go. Simmons the steal. His eyes really got that one away, and Gidgel will go to the line for 2. And the foul is charged to Jones. That is his first. Kadeem Jones from Dayton, Ohio. He's a transfer from Marshall. And Bo Gidgel on the line. He has just become a huge leader on this ball club during the second half of the season. In and out. Union only 2 of 5 from the line, and you got to get better than that when it comes down to how you're going to perform when you get to the postseason. You got to be able to deliver those free throws. And it's less than a month before the opening night of the Gulf South Conference Tournament, which will be on Tuesday night, March 1st. And it looks as though Union will be hosting first-round games for both the men and women that night. Still got some time to go in the conference, though. He thought about that three and a little stutter step, and the foul is going to be charged to Tyree Boykin. So the Wolves will play it underneath. Now watch the defenders try to challenge in this man-to-man defense from Union. They go for the three. They picked up a screen, and it was off the mark, but they get the offensive board. Dave Niven's going to tell you something about how they actually use analytics during the game to try to see who is really being the most aggressive at going after rebounds. Getting close to the 12-minute mark. Turnaround jumper is there. Tyree Boykin with his first two of the game, averaging 19.4 for the season, the leading scorer on this Bulldog team. Gidgel averaging 14. Chance of defense from the Bulldog bench. Fall away three is there, and Kadeem Jones has got 8 of the 11 points for the Wolves. On the season, Jones averaging 14. And J.C. Hawkins for the three. It's short. Bulldogs trying to hold on to that game-and-a-half lead over West Alabama in the Gulf South Conference. And we have timeout with Union leading West Georgia 15-11. Now, here's something that you may not have considered. In many instances, a good three-point shooter has an advantage at times on getting rebounds over a post player. Dave Niven explains that for us.
We're playing against really good athletes, too. And the guy who's got a running start from the perimeter is going to beat the guy who's standing in the paint. Unless the way you negate that is by being the first to make contact. And you go. What we teach is to pin and spin. So you pin them with your forearm and you spin it and you block out and you go pursue the basketball. And so there's a lot that goes into that. We have really started to emphasize just holding our guys accountable.
Well, so far it's been a fairly even matchup. Union has led most of the way, but not by an overwhelming margin, 15-11. So far, Kadeem Jones with 8 of the 11 points for West Georgia. For Union, it is Bo Gidgel with 8 of the 15 points of the Bulldogs. There are 4 other Bulldogs who have contributed to it. Bo has also added 4 rebounds, so he has been Mr. Offense for the Bulldogs so far tonight. West Georgia will play it underneath with 23 on the shot clock. And there you have some of those Lady Bulldogs who are out there with their routine to Word Up a minute ago. A song with a title that I have never really understood what it means. Perhaps some of my crew can explain that to me at some point. And they work around the perimeter once again as they slow the tempo. But again, watch them go for the screens. And on the inside, Gidgel couldn't get it up high enough off the glass. He was really bothered down under. This is Jones, and what a block on the inside. But somebody is hurt. The ankle is down, and this is not going to be good. And the official calls a stop to the action with 10:48 to go. I hope that's not what I think it is, but boy, did he go down hard on that ankle. And I think it's Mikhail Simmons. It is. Well, he's getting up faster than we thought, but Cowboy Curling is actually helping with this one. And he is favoring that ankle. I hope that we don't have a sprain here that could keep him out of action. Because when McHale gets in the game, and I'm going to say hello to Ma Simmons right now, we hope that he is okay. I met her at the Valdosta State game, and it smarted when he came down after that block. There's just no other way you can look at it, and the trainer's going to be looking him over. Union will play it underneath with 25 on the shot clock. Now watch Parks. And the floater, the hook is there. That is not a shot you usually see from J.C. Hawkins, but he delivered. The Bulldogs by 6. And again, look at the rotation on this West Georgia offense, and they got the opening inside. Beautiful screen it indeed was for Sasser. He gets his first basket of the game. Hawkins is looking again for somebody, and a fall-away three by Boykin, and he was going too far to his right when he released that. Trying for the three at the other end, and connecting on that one is Niall. A 17-16 game, and it's a 5-0 run on the part of the Wolves. There you go, underneath. Ty Parks saw the opening, went down the lane, and they delivered it to him. So Union snaps the 5-0 run. What they want to do is try to keep from exchanging 3 for 2. And they go for that 3, and they connect, and it is indeed 3 for 2. Brown Carter makes it a 19-all game. So recalculate it once again. On the inside, it's not there, but at the line for 2 will be Ty Parks. And Ty's just going to be very, very aggressive as he usually is. Sasser commits his first foul. That is the 5th team foul on the part of the Wolves. And here comes the big guy to the line from Pocahontas, Tennessee. He is so fast. 6'4" senior. He only goes 175 pounds, and I think that's why he is so fast. Checking back in is Keyshawn Hurd for West Georgia. Coming out of the game is Jalen Sasser. Parks is one of these, if he starts getting ahead of steam, he can be very, very hard to stop. He's got 5, and Union back to the lead. And Ty will come out of the game for a bit. Dave Niven has a very, very deep bench, and he doesn't hesitate to try to get these guys rotated so that they can be fresh as much as possible during the contest. It's an important homestand, but it is delayed somewhat because they won't play again for 8 days when Delta State comes to town. Fall-away 3 is there. And again, it is Brown Carter showing why he is a huge scorer. The answer shot is not there for Union. And they give it back the other direction. Hunter Vick had the range, but it was just a bit left. So first lead of the game now for West Georgia at 22-21. When these two teams played on New Year's Eve, Union won it handily in Carrollton, 86-70. But the Wolves are staying very, very even with the Bulldogs here in this first half, in the first 12 minutes. Almost stolen it is. It went off of the foot of Brown Carter. Big 3. Yes. That was strong hand extension for Tyree Boykin. You can tell when he gets those hands high, and you spend a lot of time in the weight room, and you get that hand to where it can really, really pump it high. So Bulldogs retake the lead and knock it back out in the other direction. And Dave Niven didn't like the call, but he'll probably say something to the official with 7:41 remaining as we have timeout. Union leading it 24-22. A lot is said in sports today about using analytics to determine who to put in the right positions during a game. Well, Dave Niven says, in fact, he uses metrics to zero in on who his best rebounders are.
Through film of we're charting. For instance, we've got on most possessions, we'll have 3 guys whose job it is to crash the glass. And we're charting throughout the course of the game, how many opportunities did you have that you could have gone to crash the glass? And how many times did you actually go? We call that a rebound go. And then we look at what that percentage is. You know, we would love to see that up in the 90s, that every chance you got, you're going. And then you look at, all right, what percentage of the time that you go crash did you actually get a rebound?
Dub Oliver taking a look at who's sending him text messages tonight. Half the time it's students, I can tell you that. He answers them. He's having a good time in the president's box at the game tonight. I'm telling you, one of my favorite people. He was my boss for my last 7 years at Union University as a professor, and they don't get any better than he is. And he'll have a decision to make that has not officially been made right now as to whether classes will go on as scheduled with this ice storm that is impending. And for those of you who wonder, we are under an ice storm warning that will be from 6 a.m. tomorrow until midnight tomorrow night. And here's a team that hopes it is not going in an ice storm. In fact, I think they want to get out of town as fast as they can after this one so they can avoid having to deal with the treacherous drive that they would have. They are supposed to play Christian Brothers on Saturday. And I know everything is going to hinge because Friday, it's not supposed to warm up around here. I see Keely Robinson in the stands as well as Jalencia Williams looking on. They didn't know we were watching them, and the officials are taking a look at a replay right here to determine who actually knocked that ball out of bounds. And it gets very, very calm and quiet, almost like it did last night when Auburn was playing Alabama. And every time Auburn goes to the free throw line, its complete student body just goes silent. And it must have helped because they beat Alabama 100-81. Last time we saw the Bulldogs, they put 112 on Valdosta State, and that was the highest score that a Union team has put on the boards since they have been in the Gulf South Conference. That was a desperation three. It did hit the iron, and that's what it has to do. And that was great defense on the part of Hunter Vick that forced that traveling violation on Jones. So Union forcing the turnover number 7 against the Wolves. Steve Beverly and all of our Worthy Road Studios crew bringing you all of the action live from David Blackstock Court in Jackson, Tennessee. There you go, fall-away jumper. It got the Plinko drop for Jeremiah Littlepage. And he gets his first basket of the game. And again, they're going to work the perimeter. This is a very lightning-fast team. That three was an air ball. And here we go back down the floor as Vick, who is very fast with it. And again, Union would like to extend this out. And here you go, Vick. What a move on the run to get that curl hook and bank it. You just don't find many people who have the precision to make that work. And now Union is up 28-22. It's a 7-0 run for the Bulldogs. And again, watch them try to get it back out to the perimeter, and a fall-away three is not there. Growing cold now from behind the arc, even though they are still 6 out of 12, they missed their last 3. Fake, bank, There you go again. Ty Boykin almost replicating what we just saw, and timeout is called by Coach Dave Moore as Union has moved out to a 30-22 lead with less than 6 minutes remaining. Well, earlier Dave Niven told us about using analytics in grading rebounders. He gives you an example of 2 of his prime glass crashers.
And you've got guys like Ty Parks and Bo Gidgel who, when they go, they're up in the 30% range. So 1 out of every 3 times they're going to crash, they're getting a rebound. That's a crazy high number for a couple guys that are really, really talented offensive rebounders. But you got to go, and you got to go all the time. And so that's one of the things that we're holding them accountable to.
The only thing that is keeping this game extraordinarily close, and there you go, Dub is giving you the big U sign there, is the fact that West Georgia is shooting 50% from behind the arc, and Union has missed 7 of 8 3-pointers. Only 12.5% from long distance tonight. And they worked the perimeter again, and turning it around, it was knocked away. And Dong, who is from Arlington, Virginia, just couldn't hold on, but Union knocked it out last. What a block on the inside. Perfectly timed. Gidgel just gives you that added dimension to his game. Look at the fake underneath. Boykin. And he's getting hot in the game with 9. He is now Union's leader, and it's up to a 10-point margin. Union was trailing 22-21. It's an 11-0 run for the Bulldogs. Almost a steal. Bulldogs have really been and here's another steal. Here you go. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Littlepage tries to take it all the way and draws the foul. That's the 16th foul. It's not going to be a shooting opportunity. The foul is charged to J.J. Barnes. That's his first. So Union will play it underneath. Cowboy curling. I'd love to know what kind of bicep he has after a game, the way he continues to do that. All right, here's a classic Union inbound play. Look at Boykin with that fall-away jumper. He is red hot. 11. First guy in double figures in the game. And he came off the bench tonight. A 13 unanswered point run for the Bulldogs. West Georgia got that short lead, and that was the wake-up call for Union. Almost lost. Down to 7 on the shot clock. They're going to have to hurry. And taking it to the inside, and not there, but the tip is. So it's a nice job on the tip by Keyshawn Hurd to get his first basket. And that ends Union's string of 13 in a row. There's the big bomb. Nope. Iron unkind for JT DeBuck. JT hasn't been in the scoring column yet. He will be before it's over. Now trying to see late in the half if they can get on a run of their own, are the Wolves. And a trip is going to be called on Bo Gidgel. That's Bo's first foul of the game. Union has only committed 3 fouls in the entire contest. I'm telling you, we've only been on the floor 30 minutes. Well, I'll pick up that thought in just a minute. But earlier, Dave Niven talked about a lot of different things, including the fact that using analytics in grading rebounders is one thing, but when you're on defense, you face an entirely different set of obstacles when it comes to going after rebounds. Here's a crash course in how that works.
On the defensive side, it's the same principle. Every guy has a check. meaning when the shot goes up, you're checking to see, hey, is my man going to rebound, or is he standing around the 3-point line? If so, we need to go make contact. If he's getting back on defense, then we can go and preferably get to the weak side to rebound. That's where the majority of misses are going to go, to the weak side, the opposite side of where the ball was shot. So those are things that we talk about, though, after each weekend. We'll come in on Monday and talk about, all right, this is what our numbers look like. This is how many times you checked and made contact on the defense side. This is how many times you went to get a rebound. This is how many times you got the rebound.
This has been a clinic tonight about rebounding from Dave Niven. And I sure hope you appreciate that, because I think what we've been able to do this season with both Mark Campbell and Dave Niven is to give you a lot of insights into the game that you really maybe don't realize as a casual fan, and it's looking at it through the eyes of a coach. And I've sure enjoyed it because I've learned a lot myself. Trying to go into the paint. Fallaway is there with a one-hander for Keyshawn Jones, and he's in double figures with 10. Boykin is the game leader for Union with 11. Getting close to the 3-minute mark remaining to be played in this first half. Love that pep band sound tonight. And on the drums, my good friend Mike Mann. Big three. Yes! Hunter Vick coming through with his first one from long distance tonight. That extends the lead back out to 11. And again, good double-team offense on the ball over on the left-hand wing. But open for the three. Off the mark. This team averages 36% in three-pointers for the season, does West Georgia. Boykin working one-on-one. Almost lost that one. On the drive, the jumper is not there for DeBuck. Wolves trying to see if they can get down and close this to under, and they do with that big three. Zabatakis with his first basket of the game to make it 37-29. They want to go to the locker room down by single digits, if at all possible. And we're under 2 minutes. Boy, they pick him up with a double team very quickly. The three is there. Boykin is unbelievable tonight. He is 6 of 7 from the floor, 14 points, and he didn't start tonight. What a game he is having. Trying the answer shot and robbed on that was Jones. It was right there in the heart, and it was like you had a lid on the bucket. That hook is there. Hunter Vick is really beginning to feel his tempo again. He's got 7, and Union with another 5-0 run. Big three is there. Jones is 3 for 3 from behind the arc. 13 points in the game, and the lead is back to 10. Look at that dish off. Underneath. Beautifully handled to Little Page. And Jeremiah with 6. So Union is really beginning to answer at the opposite end. We're not seeing that many shot turnovers here in the second 10 minutes of this half. That's a shot turnover, if you will, particularly if Union capitalizes off of it. Vick sees the opening, takes it inside, and he was absolutely robbed. That was highway robbery. And the foul on the drive was Jones. I don't know how much better you could have performed on that one as Hunter Vick did. Foul is on Boykin. That is his first, and so checking back in is going to be J.C. Clausen. Boykin will take a rest. 14 points Tyree has in this first half of play. With 35 seconds remaining, 25 on the shot clock for West Georgia. They're working one-on-one, and that little right-hand floater is there. Finger roll goes through for Hurd. He has 4, and Union will play it for the final opportunity. And take a timeout. And we'll keep it right here as Union leads at 44-34. The lead has been by as many as 13 here in this first half. In case you were late in joining us, the Lady Bulldogs defeated LaGrange 64. LaGrange, pardon me. West Georgia people are going to kill me for that. They defeated West Georgia 64-49 in the opener to remain undefeated in the Gulf South Conference. And I have a very special message tonight. My wife, her birthday is today on Groundhog's Day. Happy birthday, Rebecca. I love you very much. And I hope you're going to be feeling even better very, very soon. And look at these fans here having a great time out at the ballpark tonight. There you go. Marjorie, Richard, and Polly Spencer. Their husbands for so many years have been down at that scorer's table. Don Richard, the veteran official scorer for the Bulldogs, and Carlos Spencer, the man who runs the clock. All right, let's see what Dave Niven dialed up here. They're going to have to hurry. DeBuck's not anywhere nearly open. He's got to let it go. Got it! And the foul. He got the Plinko drop. And boy, was Coach Moore off the bench in a hurry. Now, the basket did go through. Now, the question is, are they calling that an offensive foul, or is it going to be an opportunity for a three-point play? Now, Coach Moore seems to be amused by it. They're going to look at it. That one looked as though it was released before the horn went off. There was a play at the end of one of the quarters in the women's game in which they wiped off a three-pointer that West Georgia had right at the horn, and the replay indicated that it was, in fact, a no basket. Remember, what happens is that the entire backboard lights up. Now, let's see what they're going to rule. All right, they put 1.2 seconds back on the clock. And it appears the ruling was that it was an offensive foul. So wipe that basket off. It's 44-34. That was a tremendous effort on the part of JT DeBuck, but the defender had position. Almost a steal, and it was kicked by Gidgel. Tell you what, it was Ty Parks. If Ty had grabbed that one, he might have just done an underhanded scoop to get it. But the Bulldogs lead at 44-34 at halftime. And let me give you some of the totals in scoring. It's Kadeem Jones, the leader for the Wolves, with 10 points, and 9 for Seth Brown Carter, 6 for Michael Zabatakis. And so they have 25 of the 34 points for this West Georgia team. For Union, Tyree Boykin did not start tonight, but he came off the bench, and he has been a house of fire. 6 of 7 from the floor and 2 of 3 from behind the arc. He has 14 points to lead the entire game. He's almost hit his season's average of 19. And then it's been well distributed all the rest of the way. Bo Gidgel with 8 points and 6 rebounds in the contest. 7 for Hunter Vick and 6 each for Jeremiah Littlepage and for Ty Parks. So it's balanced scoring for the Bulldogs, but Boykin came off that bench like a house of fire. He's got a couple of assists. He's got a steal. So Union has been dominating in that category, but they haven't been able to pull away. They've led by as many as 13, and at one point they went on a 13-0 run during the first half of play. But they go to the locker room with a 44-34 lead in the game tonight. So we'll see what happens, and after our halftime feature, we'll provide you with all of the team stats that we have here at halftime. And speaking of that halftime feature, a lot of times we do something with athletics, but tonight we want to give you a university feature. And it has to deal with Union University's award-winning School of Pharmacy. And, of course, It is a marvelous place to visit, and it has sent many great young people into the world, and particularly our region, as pharmacists, and something that was desperately needed in our community. And it has been a tremendous asset to the Union University campus. So right after this message, we'll show you what it's like at the Union University School of Pharmacy.
We are very excited about the donation that the McAfee family has made for a new building on the Great Lawn. One of the benefits that I see from the new building is that we will be able to recruit at a higher level. This new building is going to be state-of-the-art. It's going to house engineering and computer science as well as the McAfee School of Business, where there'll be great synergy amongst all of our majors.
Interacting with other disciplines, the business world, computer science, sciences in general, is essential for the development of new leading-edge technologies. In engineering, we use and develop technology in order to improve the world around us. We want to help the people around us through the technology and the projects that we develop. And it's exciting to watch our students do so successfully.
We can't wait to embrace all that the Lord has for us in the future. Each of these core values, excellence-driven, Christ-centered, people-focused, and future-directed, indeed are part of Union's DNA. They're who we are. And the reality is that all the core values in the world, you could print them on everything and put them on every building, but if we don't live them out, they don't amount to anything. And so at Union, we want these core values to be how we're fulfilling our mission to the glory of God and for the good of all people.
my dear? Did I love you, my dear? Did I love you, my dear, my dear?
This commitment to being people-focused exists all through the university. And serving as faculty in residence has given me the opportunity to see that.
Union is very intentional, not just for academics, but also in establishing those meaningful relationships.
When Union created the faculty in residence position, one of the things that was emphasized was to create more of a living and learning environment. Wonderful discussions of an academic nature over wonderful food and a more relaxed environment, but they also get a chance to see to what degree do faculty members walk our talk.
I had a student that's a member of the Common Table group, and she just came by to visit with me one day.
The students have just been great in terms of the way in which they have chosen to love us. As faculty and staff, we understand what we need to do to make the community a distinctive Christian university community. But it's heartwarming to see students who not only appreciate that, but contribute to it being just that.
And your halftime report is brought to you by Worthy Road Studios. For the best in video production, whether it's sports, live events, church services, that's the place to be, Worthy Road Studios, and I'm very proud to be a part of that fine organization. And you may see down below us, Dave Niven and his assistant are already back on the floor, and the Bulldogs are coming back with their 10-point lead. 44-34, so let's take a look at your halftime statistics. And look at the Bulldogs from the floor, 18 of 32 tonight, 56.3%, and that is way above their 47% average for the season. Now, they haven't done so well from three-point land. We'll talk about that in a second. West Georgia is at 41%, 13 out of 32, just slightly below their season average. Three-pointers, Union, 3 out of 11 for 27%. Two of them have been from Tyree Boykin off the bench. West Georgia, and this is really what has kept them in the game tonight, 8 out of 16 for 50%, and that is way above their season average of 36. So if you want to look at why West Georgia is still in this thing within 10, it's been their three-point shooting. They've been lights out with that tonight. In free throw shooting, Union 5 out of 8 for 62.5, and West Georgia has not been to the free throw line tonight. Union only committed 5 fouls in that first half. West Georgia 6. So this game has really traveled right along very quickly. Union has out-rebounded West Georgia 18-16. In the turnovers category, West Georgia has given it up 7 times, but that has led to 10 Bulldog points, and there you go with your 10-point margin at halftime. A lot of that has come off of turnovers. Union has given it up 4 times, and West Georgia has not been able to capitalize at all on any of them, and that's the way it looks at halftime with about 2.5 minutes to go before we pick it back up for the second half. Let me remind all of you here in the West Tennessee area, we are under an ice storm warning. It's not a watch, it is a warning. We are under a winter storm watch as well, but an ice storm warning. That was added at 12 noon today for Madison County, Carroll, and Fayette counties. And it's also all the way up in most of northwest Tennessee, Gibson, all of those others. But here's the deal. The anticipation is that it could be anywhere from 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch of ice. If you get in an area where it's 2/10 or greater, that potentially means that you could have things such as trees that are falling, power lines that will go down. We hope not, but particularly for those of you who live in the rural areas, you're very vulnerable to that. But here in the city of Jackson, it could easily happen. We're not trying to do this to alarm anybody. We're just trying to get you at least to understand where we are with this. The time frame, we're looking at between 6 a.m. tomorrow morning and midnight tomorrow night. Now, here's what is expected, is that between 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and 7 o'clock tomorrow night is where the most of the icy precipitation could occur. And that means potentially hazardous driving conditions. I cannot stress that enough. It can be way worse than what we see during snow. So I just want to caution everybody, tomorrow is potentially a very treacherous day on the highways of West Tennessee, and particularly here in Jackson in Madison County. So everybody take precautions. If you hadn't already gotten your food preparations, get it as fast as you can, and do everything you can to be sure you have emergency preparations for both your car in the event that you would have to drive. And there are a lot of people who are in essential occupations that have to be at work, especially our medical personnel and our law enforcement. So the big thing is be ready, because tomorrow may not be a very good day for us weather-wise in West Tennessee. Let me also tell you about one thing that's a much better and more upbeat piece of news. Hunter Vick has 7 points here at halftime, one more, and he will reach 1,000 for his career. That's for his career both at Union and Tennessee Tech. He scored 447 points as of halftime during his 2 years at Union. So watch for the next Hunter Vick basket here in the game. Here we go, West Georgia with the ball to begin the second half. And they want to get off to a very strong start here to begin to put pressure on this Bulldog team that is leading the Gulf South Conference by a game and a half coming into tonight's action. Chance of defense coming from the student section and from the bench. They're down to 7 on the shot clock, and on the drive, and it was a blocking foul that was charged. So Union commits the first one of the half. Big three off the mark for Jones, and they get the offensive rebound. So another 20 seconds to try to get one home for the Wolves. And that floater, but the follow shot was there and nicely done by Jones. He has 12. So they had 3 opportunities at the basket. Not what you want to see if you're Dave Niven looking for those rebounds. Boykin, who's starting the second half, fall away, high arcer. It doesn't go, and the rebound off to Barnes. So West Georgia is doing exactly what it wanted to do to get this half started after trailing 44-34 at the break. The jumper is there. Jones is hot to start the half. He's 6 for 12 from the floor, 14 points. West Georgia making its move. But on the inside, look at the double spin move that you got out of Ty Parks. He looked like the tilt-a-whirl at the fair. From the corner, that's going to be 2 if it drops, but it doesn't. And Gidgel the rebound after the miss by Hurd. Cross-court pass, and the 3 is short. Parks couldn't deliver. And Union saves it. That's what Dave Niven talked about rebounding in the first half, is not giving up on the ball. Down to 7. They're going to have to hurry, and Vick is in all kinds of trouble. Puts up a 3. Not there. What a high jump is Parks. And the follow is there. Boykin with 17. That is his third three-pointer, and Union back to an 11-point margin. Largest lead was 13. I thought Hunter might have his 1,000th point for a moment, but it didn't quite happen. I believe it's going to happen before this one is over. His sister Jordan, of course, is a talented volleyball player for Union. And Jones connects to make it a 49-40 game. Also want to congratulate Tyree Boykin on being the Gulf South Conference Player of the Week. He had himself a fantastic week last week, and of course, he put a lot on the boards against Valdosta State in their last home game when Union scored 112. Look how they challenged Boykin. And then he stutter steps and couldn't quite get it to fall. He was almost there with that. He's 7 of 10 from the floor tonight. Tell you what, Zavatakis thought he would go for it, and the 3 is off the back of the iron. And that one was sort of an accidental foul by Zavatakis. He just got his hand in the way, and it got in the face of Ty Parks. So Union still with a full 23 on the shot clock. Gidgel had a hot early part of the game for Union. Vick went underneath and got his 1,000th point. 1,001 points for his college career for Hunter Vick. He just waited for the right opening and got that reverse layup and did it with style. So let's see him work on the next 1,000. Tried to drive right in the middle and just losing control of it. And Union will play it after this timeout. Bulldogs leading 51-40 over West Georgia. We've got 4 weeks to go until the Gulf South Conference tournament. And I asked Dave Niven how stamina plays a part in keeping his team right at the top of the standings.
Hopefully we got him conditioned in the preseason. You don't want to run out of gas. I think the younger your team is, the more likely that is, just because the difference between high school basketball and college basketball and the length of the season is significant. And so it takes guys some time to get their bodies adjusted to the difference in those two things. And so, we are a pretty veteran team. So we've got a lot of guys who have played a lot of college basketball already.
Bulldogs have only trailed in this game at 22-21, and then they went on a 13-0 run. And most of the time, the lead has been between 8 and 11 points. As we give you a nice look at some of the fans, it's a little more emptier than we would like to see. Keeley and Jalencia right there from the women's team. And there they go. They're all happy to be on television tonight. And there you go. Every one of them want to say, "Hi, Mom." Look at that. Oh, there's nothing like a camera on the fans. The fan cam does all to bring out the emotions at Fred DeLay. Bulldogs trying to extend it back to 13. There you go, the alley-oop. Little Page with 8. He looked like he was going to fly to the ceiling, and that matches the largest lead for the Bulldogs tonight. Going down the lane and giving him the opportunity was Jones. He is the game leader with 18 points. He's already outgunned his season average of 14. They're getting ready to check Sasser back into the game. Vic thought about it, and that's almost stolen, and in fact it is, and it's going to be all the way. Casual passing that you cannot afford in this case, and Dong took it all the way down. And let's see if Union recovers from that little middle lapse. They have really stalled off, and Gidgel almost tossed it away. And puts it in, and the foul. That was not really the way that play was drawn up, but they'll take it. The foul is on Zabatakis, and that will be his third. So he will check out. Hurd will also check out. Coming back in is Sasser. And Brown Carter. So Gidgel going for a three-point play. Got it. Bo is an excellent free throw shooter at 80% on the season. And Union going to a bit of a half-court trap to see if they can somewhat disrupt the offensive attempt of West Georgia. And trying to get beyond everybody. A big arm extension for that one and the foul. And the foul is charged to Little Page. That is his second. So going the line for what we often call as DeBuck comes in and Vic comes out. And also coming in now for the first time tonight is Dusan Djordjevic. And at the line for the three-point play, it is Brown Carter. Got it. He has 12 in the contest tonight. He's getting close to his season average. Jones is the game leader with 18. Boykin for Union has 17. A 9-point lead. Union has been keeping it largely as a 3-possession lead to as many as 4. And Djordjevic underneath gets it. He just stutter-stepped and waited for the moment and nailed it and gets his first basket. They want to see him have a big game. And that one just completely got away from them on the bounce pass. Turnover number 9 for West Georgia. Scoring very well distributed for Union. 17 for Boykin, 11 for Gidgel, 9 for Vic, 8 for Parks and Little Page. Down to 15 on the shot clock. There you go. Gidgel had it just roll off, and he slid about 4 feet on the floor. Fall away 3. Does not fall, and Djordjevic high for the rebound. He's got a cheering section over there across the way. And the foul. And that one is going to be charged to Barnes, his second. And coming in is Quentin McElroy. He is a sophomore from Powder Springs, Georgia. 6'2" sophomore. Tell you what. Lady Bulldogs sitting over there, and some are intent on the game, and one of them is over there studying what's on her phone right now. And instead, going for the three, that was well short. And Union's going to get it back. And this may give them numbers. Boykin is going to be very hard to stop when he flies it home for Ty Parks. Parks in double figures with 10. That one was not drawn up that way, but they'll take it. They did not go over it that way in practice, I assure you. 60-47. And that's going to be right underneath. Nice bounce pass to Sasser, who got beyond his defender and cuts it to 11. We're getting close to another media timeout. And Zordovich is trying to set a screen in the middle. And on the drive, the foul. That's the fourth team foul on West Georgia, and they charge that one to Brown Carter. That's his first. And we have timeout with Union leading 60-49. Well, Dave Niven says once we hit the conference tournament in March, and in fact it starts in just 3 weeks and 6 days, it's like being in a second season. Here's what he says is important as far as staying in focus.
The depth that we have on our team is also a great benefit in that. But certainly stamina is a big part of it, because in March you're playing a completely different schedule than what you've been accustomed to playing all year. You'll have days where you play back-to-back games. If you're able to win, you'll play back-to-back games. If you're able to win in advance, you'll play 3 games in 4 days at times. And so that's a different animal than what we've been accustomed to all season long. That's not something that we've done.
There they are. And as you see these ladies, I can't hesitate on this one because of what the pep band is striking up. Here we go. Sing it at home. Sweet Caroline. Ba-ba-bum. Good times never seem so good. My Caroline, who believed they ever would. Your singing sportscaster right here, ladies and gentlemen. My director doesn't know what to do with me. You can't help it when Sweet Caroline strikes up at a Union game. You just have to sing along. And you can tell Ty Parks is ready to get this thing over with. He said, give me the ball and let's get this thing going. They're over discussing a clock situation with Don Richard, the official scorer. And I don't know what else, because where we are, there's just no way we can hear what is going on. But 2 of the officials are over, and you see them at the bottom of your screen talking with Don. And they're also looking at a replay. It may be try to determine whose ball it actually is. I don't think that they are having a discussion about, it may be who committed the foul. I don't think they're having a discussion about where they're going to eat after this is over with. Well, they're still having an interesting conversation here. And there you go. Oh, they love it. You'd think they were at a game show. You'd think they were on The Price is Right and somebody's about to say, come on down. Well, I don't know what that, and usually that's the case. I have no idea what that discussion was with Don Richard down at the other end of the floor. But after all of that, it is Union's ball, and Ty Parks will toss it in. He said, you mean we waited this long for that? Boy, DeBuck's back in the game. He hasn't scored tonight, but I just got a feeling it's about to happen. And Gidgel didn't have enough inch. He just did not have enough push on that ball. Somebody needed to feed him some pumpkin spice Special K. Try to get this back down to single digits. Left-hand hook is not there for Sasser. Boykin is just one of the best ball handlers I've ever seen. His low center of gravity is so important to this team. Hook shot is there for Djordjevic, who's come in with a couple of baskets. We've had 8 different Bulldogs to score in this contest. And it's back to the largest lead Union has had at 13. The bank is there. Nicely done. You have to do those softly to be able to make them work, and Brown Carter indeed does. He's matched his season average with 14. Getting close to the halfway mark of this final 20 minutes. Fallaway is not there for DeBuck. He's had a bit of an off night with shooting. Boykin working one-on-one, trying to find his screen. And the foul. That was timed perfectly on that toss-in around the corner. The foul is charged to McElroy. That will be his first. And coming in for West Georgia is Zabatakis. And also back in is Keyshawn Hurd, the junior from Ohio. And DeBuck to toss it in. Boy, if Djordjevic ended up with a double-figure game, this place would be electrified because he's got a lot of fans in the student body. Oh, he lost it off his hands. Took his eye off of it as he was trying to go in for the drive. As we approach the 10-minute mark remaining, Lady Bulldogs won 64-49 over West Georgia in a bit of an ugly one in the opener. Had a rough night, and that one trying the bounce pass, and open underneath was Hurd, and he just could not get to it. Everything's geometry with a bounce pass, and that one, the angle of it just went too far beyond him. Djordjevic has been getting some good minutes here. And they go to him underneath for the three. No. And it goes back to the opposite end. Oh, my goodness. That was one of those that was like Plinko on The Price is Right. You had about 3 drops, and you were hoping it would be $10,000, and instead it was 0. This is Jones, and he puts up the big one, and he knew he had missed it. And they are going for a third opportunity at it. And the foul is going to be on Clossie. JC with his first one, but that is only the 7th foul that Union has committed in the game. Vick is going to check back in, as is Littlepage. Djordjevic comes out, as well as Boykin. So the Wolves go underneath. They've done a good job of trying to lob it on the inside, but they haven't had a lot of success at getting a basket. But that one definitely was. 20 points now for Kadeem Jones. And it's back to a 9-point margin. Union's got everybody up front. And the big three is there. I told you Clossie would nail one shortly, and he indeed did. Union by 12 as we are under 9 minutes. I tell you, this guy is a scoring machine, and they deliver underneath. Hurd with 6. West Georgia has done a really solid job of staying with Union, but they haven't been able to get it deep into the single digits as far as the deficit. And Vick, that was sort of an understated jumper. Just didn't quite have the intensity on that. They go for the 3, and they got it. We have ourselves a 7-point game. Hurd with 9, and now Union's got to pay attention. And the block perfectly timed on Littlepage's attempt. The bank is just not angled properly, and Littlepage comes back with the rebound. For the 3, Vick off to the right, and it goes out of bounds off of the fingertips of a very, very frustrated Kadeem Jones. Well, we're not going to be frustrated. It's timeout. Union still on top by 7, 65-58. Back when we first started this journey in November, Union had at least 3 weekends where they played games on back-to-back days. And Dave Niven says that is actually huge preparation for what is ahead in March.
We had a couple back-to-back days in November, and I thought our depth really helped us then. But certainly, if we're fortunate enough to be playing in March, then we will rely on having a deep bench on those days for sure.
Now there's the brain trust. Coach Mark Campbell and his wife Molly, Delaney Susain. You got Mandy Beth Niven there. You got some more Campbell kids. You know, I don't know how Mark has not had name, image, and likeness for Campbell Soup. I mean, that would be perfect for him. Just sitting there, have the whole Campbell family there going, that's what Campbell Soups are. Good. Somehow we got to get him a name, image, and likeness deal for that. Oh, my goodness. Mark Campbell has become an institution at this place. Dave Niven has, but Mark Campbell, who started in 1999 at the age of 29 as the women's head coach at this place. It has just been an unbelievable run for him and has one of his finest teams yet. Didn't play the sharpest of games tonight, but still came away with a 15-point victory. And undefeated and on top by 1 game in the Gulf South Conference. Going against 3 defenders, and Bo Gidgel just couldn't keep his balance, and Union is coughing up some points. The bank is not there, but the foul is going to be on J.C. Clossy, and he thought he had position. Dave Niven thought he had position. So they go to the line, and it's Zabatakis with a chance to close this to 5, and that would be the closest margin that we have had since the first 4 minutes of this game. Zabatakis with 7. And got it. As we say, this West Georgia team has reeled off 6 consecutive victories, and they're coming in here playing house money. And absolutely no fear of this Union team, despite the fact that they've been down 4 different times by 13 points. And Union has grown a bit cold. They got to hurry. The floater is not there, and that one's going to be a high fly ball. And going for the 3. No, it's off the mark. And give it back to West Georgia, and for Dave Niven, that would be what he would call a shot turnover. They had 2 opportunities at it, could not deliver, and it's the equivalent of a turnover for West Georgia. And a chance for them potentially to close this down to a 2-point game. And they're playing with a lot of looseness and intensity right now. Almost stolen. Turnaround jumper is not there. Union got away with one. Gidgel in the game has picked up 10 rebounds. But they need his scoring right now because he has been silent for a long time. Underneath and drawing the foul is Clossy. Bo has 11, but he had 10 in the first half. So Clossy goes to the line. Tonight he's had 4. He is 1 of 2 at the free throw line. That's the 16th foul on West Georgia. Union will be in the bonus after the next one. And checking out is going to be Zabatakis, and coming back in is Dong. JC gets the friendly roll twice, and you'll take all of the friendliness you can get from that. Union back to a 3-possession margin. This is a big defensive possession for Union. Fall away, floater is not there. Iron was unkind to Jones. So that's a shot turnover for them, particularly if Union converts. We are under 6 minutes. Bulldogs have led it almost all the way, except when they fell behind 22-21, and Clossy loses it. Excellent defense by Dung. The Bulldogs with 8 turnovers in the game. 4 points off turnovers for West Georgia. Not a lot, but it can be huge here down the stretch. 8 on the shot clock. That's in the paint. It will not be a 3. Hurd connects. He has 11. And we're back down to a 2-possession lead for the Bulldogs. Every possession is so important right now. Stamina down the stretch is important for both of these teams. 5 minutes remaining. Taking it all the way down underneath for the layup. Underneath the defenders, he just shoveled it home, and Clossy with 8. You can see how those students love it. And underneath, they get the answer layup. Terrific job by Dong, who has 7. 69-64. DeBuck has played a lot of minutes in this one. Gidgel has gone almost all the way. He's played 31 of the 36 minutes in this game. They got to hurry. They got to fire it. No. Just too much time off the clock, and they had to get a desperation 3, and it was not there, and we're under 4 minutes. Big 3 on the other side does not go, and the rebound to Boykin. They're going to need his leadership down the stretch. Union with crisp passing. Almost lost it and did, but the foul is going to be charged to Dong, and that was unfortunate because it could have gone either way. It is a 1-and-1, and we'll get to it after the timeout. This has been what Dave Niven calls a short week. Instead of the usual Thursday game after a Saturday contest, tonight's game is on a rare Wednesday. And Dave told me how this changes the practice schedule.
It just takes away a day that we would have spent on really working on our stuff. We'll prepare for West Georgia the way we would have on any week. We typically take the day before. So this week it'll be a Tuesday practice and really try to prepare our guys for the actions that they will run offensively and give our guys an idea of how we're going to defend those things, out of bounds plays and things of that nature. And we'll do it.
Little YMCA in the house tonight. Union up 69-64, but it has been intense and tight in the last 3 minutes as a 13-point lead has been shuttered down to 5. Bulldogs shooting 49% from the floor to 46 for West Georgia. The rough part tonight has been for Union behind the arc, 25%, only 5 out of 20. And West Georgia shooting above its average at 41%. Taking care of the basketball, both teams, is critical down this stretch with 3:46 remaining. And at the line, Jeremiah Littlepage, 1-and-1. Tonight, Jeremiah has missed his only attempt. He has 8 points. On the back of the iron, Gidgel is going to be called for an over the back. That's only the 15th foul on Union. For Bo, that is his third personal. Not really a factor here under 4 minutes. It could be if he gets a fourth and this game were it to go to overtime. Big possession. And just completely losing control of it was Brown Carter. He looked like he had a perfect ticket down the right-hand side of the lane and just lost it. Turnover number 11, and that was a big one. Almost lost on the backside by DeBuck. And he's going to take it into the paint. Fall away. Clossy, air ball. Just not there, and I can see Dave Niven shaking his head down below us. Did not like that possession at all. Excellent defense on the part of the Wolves. And Coach Moore has his team focused for this stretch run with 3 minutes remaining. And let's see how he plays it. Each team has 3 timeouts remaining. They work the perimeter. Going for the three. Yes, sir! Brown Carter with 17 points. We've got a 2-point game. Crowd has been quieted here. Littlepage. Boykin. It is Gidgel. Yes! Gidgel with a big three. We haven't heard from him in a long time. He's got 14. It's back to a 5-point margin. Open for the three. The answer shot was not there, and the rebound comes off to Parks. Parks is in trouble. He had 2 guys swarming him like Otto the Orkin man. All right, Boykin. You can see Dave Niven directing traffic down at the bottom. Under 2 minutes remaining. Big possession for both teams. It is Boykin. Not there. He had the range. The iron just wouldn't hold it. Here's Dong with it. Going to try down the right-hand side of the lane, and it was knocked away by Littlepage, but the hook is there on the backside by Brown Carter, and he takes a huge spill. Went down on his elbow. We got a 3-point game with 1:22 remaining as they attend to him. When you play a midweek game on a Wednesday instead of a Thursday, you have to adapt to the entire preparation calendar. And Dave Niven told us how that works this week.
We'll do it again during our shoot around on game day. So that part won't change. Usually we would have had a day with some individual workouts in a week leading up to a Thursday game. And then a really light practice as a team on those days, but really try to spend more time in fundamentals and skill work with our guys. So that day got eliminated this week. At least on the front end. We may get back to it later in the week, but you know, as far as prep for West Georgia, nothing really changes there. We will prepare for them just like we would on any other week. We just do it a day early.
Well, Brown Carter got up under his own power. He has 19 points. Jones with 20. For Union, Boykin 17, Gidgel 14, and Parks 10. But the resilience of this West Georgia team coming from 13 down 4 different times and now a 3-point lead. Coach Moore has 2 timeouts remaining. Dave Niven has 3 to go with 82 seconds remaining on the clock. And somehow you just had a feeling with a team as hot as West Georgia has been, winning 6 in a row, you just had a feeling that it may come down to something like this. Niven sets his offense, and Coach Moore setting his defense. And because of that short injury timeout, that led to a little bit longer time for the teams to be able to talk things over. And I can tell you, coaches appreciate that opportunity in any way possible. Union still has 1 foul to waste. They've committed 5, so they can give away 1 before West Georgia would be in the bonus. Union is in the bonus. They back off of the all-court pressure. Boykin and Parks. 15 on the shot clock. On the inside, Gidgel and the foul. What a spin move he made. So Bo connects on that one. And that was huge, and this one would make it a full 2-possession lead at 75-69 if he hits. Gidgel with 16. He is 3 of 4. No. Off the back of the iron, and almost picking it away was DeBuck. But Union still with a 2-possession lead. West Georgia does not have to have a 3 right here. We are under a minute. They can't use a lot of time off the clock. The floater is not there, but the foul will send Brown Carter to the line. That is the 4th foul on Gidgel. And you can see some of the nervousness on the part of the Bulldog faithful. Right through the heart it is for Brown Carter. On the season, a 76% free throw shooter. We'll watch this one with you. You knew he was not going to miss it, and another timeout is taken. So we're going to keep it right here. 30-second timeout for West Georgia, 74-71. The big key is, do they press coming in here at this situation? One would think that possibly not, because of the fact that there's still at least one more possession before they would have to get into a desperation mode. Union could run it down to approximately 13 seconds on the game clock, but you would have to believe that they would perhaps try to commit a foul before then. If you're going to put somebody on the free throw line, Parks and Littlepage are only 66% free throw shooters. Now tonight, Ty is 2 out of 2. Jeremiah has missed both of his. So you got to believe Dave's going to have everybody in the game that he can that is a potential free throw shooter. And they are going to try a press. They've got 3 guys up front. And he's going to have to hurry. Now the question is, was a timeout called by Dave Niven? And I think it was. All right, we'll hold it right here. Dave has 2 timeouts remaining. West Georgia 1. And that, frankly, is a timeout that was easy to waste at that situation because of the fact he's got 2 more to go if he needs them. And you can see how he's trying to get them to a point where they can get the ball inside, particularly to Gidgel if they can. So we'll see how he plays it coming back. There they are. The faithful are here. They're back in school, and they're glad to be here. And I hope next week against Delta State that there will be a lot more of them. We'll be with it here live on Thursday night next week. And here they go. And they're going to back off that pressure. You got it in the ball handler's hand that you want to have it, and he's also an outstanding free throw shooter. Down to 30. On the inside, it's Gidgel. That's the play that was drawn up. He's fouled. He didn't hit, but he was fouled. They dialed it down to 20.6 seconds, and Gidgel is on the line on the season. This is a guy that hits 80%, and it is a two-shot opportunity. And that's the 19th foul, because if they commit one more, every one of them will be a two-shot opportunity. Gidgel got it right through the heart. Bo now with 17. We'll watch this second one with you. And he forces West Georgia to at least get 1-3. They cannot waste a lot of time. And underneath they go. And they lost it. He wanted a foul. Hurd wanted a foul. And instead it's the other way. Hurd thought he was fouled at the opposite end, but there was no call, and he's still discussing it with the official. But instead it is going to be Tyree Boykin to try to put a bow on this one with 8.4 seconds remaining. He gets two of them, game over. Tonight, Tyree has not been to the line. And that is what you expect out of an 86% free throw shooter. And the official is having a discussion with Zabatakis, who apparently doesn't like something on the scoreboard. And let's see what happens. Has he tossed him out of the game? Yep. Zabatakis is gone. So Boykin will be at the line. And this is and Dave's going to call the team over because this is a technical foul. The official just did not like what he heard from Zabatakis, and that's game, set, match right there. So Boykin with another one. And the icing's on the cake, folks. 79-71. That technical foul on Zabatakis did not do anything to help his team. And now there's one more free throw for Ty Boykin. And I'm telling you, he's just piled it up here from the free throw line as Union is going to win this one. 80-71. The last four of them have been with the clock not running. And they're going to give one more shot at it. Big bomb. It's there, but it's not enough. Brown Carter got the final point in the game, that big three, but Union wins it 80-74. And it was, shall we say, more of a dandy than we thought it was going to be down the stretch, because at one point this game was down to a 2-point margin after Union led it 4 different times by 13 points. I'll give you the totals on this one. For West Georgia, that has a winning streak snapped of 6 and will now go 10-10 and 7-6 in the Gulf South Conference. It was Brown Carter with 24 points. He was the game leader after that big bomb that he had there at the end. Seth Brown Carter with 24 to lead them. He was 8 of 13 from the floor and 5 of 8 in three-pointers. And their three-point shooting, frankly, is what kept them in the game for much of it, because they were 11 of 25 from the floor in three-pointers, way better than what Union had from outside tonight. And then it was Kadeem Jones with 20, 9 out of 20 from the floor. He had a couple of three-pointers, and so between them, they had 44 of the 74 points that West Georgia delivered tonight. And then you had Keyshawn Hurd with 11. He was 5 of 9 from the floor. So those three guys, you can't say they didn't give everything that they possibly had. 55 out of the 74 in the game tonight. They just didn't get enough help off the bench for this team tonight. Just didn't happen as much as you would have thought it would have for them. But they shot 47% from the floor, 44%, 11 of 25 and three-pointers. They were perfect from the free throw line, but Union committed so few fouls in the game, only 11, that they only went to the free throw line 5 times. Union finally just nudged out the edge in rebounding, 34-33 in the game. And so it was a strong effort, particularly in the second half, by West Georgia after Union was ahead at halftime, 44-34. For the Bulldogs, you had 3 guys in double figures and 3 others who were very, very close to it. For Union, it was Tyree Boykin with 21 points, and he came off the bench to do that. Didn't start in this game. 21 points, 7 of 14 from the floor, and was 3 of 7 behind the arc. And so he did half of Union's output from three-point land. Bulldogs only shot 27% from three-pointers, and it was 6 out of 22 in the game. 18 points. It was a double-double tonight for Bo Gidgel, who's going to get our West Tennessee today, and I knew I shouldn't have said that. That's my old news service, but they are going to be the Worthy Road Studios player of the game. That is going to be Bo Gidgel because of his double-double. He had 10 points really, really fast in this game, and they began to double down on him defensively, but he was 6 of 9 from the floor and had a three-pointer, 18 points and 11 rebounds in the game. And he blocked a shot, and so he is our player of the game tonight, not taking anything away from the performance of Tyree Boykin. And 10 points for Ty Parks, 4 of 9 from the floor, and he also added 4 rebounds in the game. He had a couple of assists. And as far as the supporting cast was concerned, Hunter Vick had 9 points and was 4 of 10 from the floor, 4 rebounds, and he also chimed in with his 1,000th point of his college career. He's now at 1,001, and so it was a big night as far as a personal milestone for Hunter Vick. And we had 8 points each for J.C. Clossy, was 2 out of 4 from the floor. And for Jeremiah Littlepage, he was 4 out of 6 in the game and added 5 rebounds on the night. 4 assists each for Justin DeBuck and for Tyree Boykin. And so looking across the board, Union winning it 80-74, but not without a real struggle down the stretch. It did not help West Georgia when Zabatakis, it probably would not have made a difference in the game, but when Zabatakis was called for a technical foul with apparently he said one too many things to the official, and the official sent him right out of the game with what amounted to a technical is also a 5th personal foul. And he went out, and Tyree Boykin hit 4 consecutive free throws that put the icing on the cake. Union was up by 9, and West Georgia got a token 3 there at the end to make it 80-74. So the Bulldogs are now 18-4 on the season, 12-2 in the Gulf South Conference, and at least for tonight, they are maintaining no worse than a 1.5 game lead over West Alabama and 2 games over West Florida. Bulldogs will have 8 days off before they get back to action. We'll have it live for you here next Thursday night as Delta State, the always tough Statesman, will be coming to town to take on Union. And that usually gets a big crowd out because that's been one of the better rivalries that we've had in the Gulf South Conference since Union has been a member. And so the Bulldogs will be going after win number 19 in that one and trying to stay atop the Gulf South Conference. And the Lady Bulldogs in the first half of the doubleheader defeated West Georgia in one that wasn't so pretty, 64-49. You might say 15 points, but missed a lot of opportunities in that contest and didn't shoot at 40% on the evening. But you take them. Sometimes when you've been out of action, of course, Lady Bulldogs had 2 games postponed last week because of quarantines that went through their team as well, and they just could not field enough players. Managed to get everybody back together for this one tonight. They won it 64-49, so the Lady Bulldogs are still undefeated in the Gulf South Conference and still holding on to that lead over Valdosta State. So we will be back with you again next Thursday night. It'll be 5:15 will be our airtime on E+ TV 6 and on the Union University Athletics page. So we hope you'll be joining us for that. And Worthy Road Studios will bring you all the rest of the home games for the rest of the way, and I hope you enjoy that. But we'll be back here next Thursday and a week from Saturday for Union University basketball. So until then, this is Steve Beverly on behalf of our great crew that we have had here tonight at Fred DeLay Gymnasium, and Billy Bolin and Jamie Janda have been on cameras along with Chris Reasons and Eris. Is that Eris or Eric? Eris. All right. Eris is sitting right by me right now with a big grin, so I got it correct. Eris Hollingsworth. And our ever-cool, ever-present directors in the women's game, our executive producer Paul Schultze, and in the men's game. A terrific job done by Christopher Reasons. We're very proud of that. And Eris, we're very proud of you too. And so until we're with you again next Thursday night from Fred DeLay, Steve Beverly saying come back to see us every chance you get, and so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee.